cranking them out. So
I
first
wonder
time,
if we should get Nick Angelo over here to do some electric on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's also that we can, yeah, that would be a good idea. Although I think Paul will have some potential electric contributions or somebody around
Okay,
there
well,
will.
just to give a vibe of the
But
heavy
yeah.
metal for the
yeah.
basic track.
I mean, I'm talking Avenged Sevenfold, Disturbed, Corn.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
interesting.
I think that'd be great. I kind of asked that particular metal guitarist if he might contribute, but said he was too busy.
Oh, what kind of guitar contribution are you thinking of? A solo?
Yeah, Morello. I was thinking
Oh, yeah.
about that.
Oh, okay.
You know, gotta ask.
And,
But no, Nick Angelo would be great for that kind of sound
Mhm.
too. But yeah, I'd be curious what.
Well, Nick's
might hear
inexpensive,
on
and
that.
he's always
Oh yeah, that's definitely.
a good egg. Loves recording.
Because that particular piece, you name it, that's who it is.
Okay, David, I'm ready for you.
Uh-huh.
It's Tool, you name it. It's built. I mean, that song is built for quite a few bands, quite a few metal bands. That particular tune, say their names.
Let's see. That's probably
Mhm.
too close. Huh?
That one is,
yeah, that song is heavy.
yeah. I mean, Crew could hit it. Crew could hit it. But my favorite would be Maiden to sing this song.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bruce Dickinson would kill that.
Yeah.
Just start playing and singing, and then as you're doing that,
Judas Priest, man, myself.
Oh, he'd do it up too. Priest would be stupid with it. Yeah.
I guess I need a tuner.
want to sing?
Yeah, at home I just use the keyboard.
You've worked with Arcellus before.
Yeah. We did a couple albums together. Yeah. I think we did David and we did Michelle, the girl from Alaska.
Oh, yeah.
That was our first project together.
Wow.
So this will be our third one with Arcellus.
All right.
Yeah, we did two of them together before.
Yeah, we also we did. Spank's been on two different albums.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Once as a drummer and once as a vocalist.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right. Right. Which is actually the last time I did an album with a drummer. No, you can thank the Oregon Employment Department. Right? Uh-huh. That's great. Yeah, that's probably, if it's written there, that's probably best.
You don't remember all your lyrics?
Oh, right.
6,000 songs?
It's been years since I'm so glad I stopped trying to remember all my lyrics. I mean, the anxiety of constantly, you're always knowing you're going to forget something. And
I can't remember. I believe you can remember all your.
yeah, just remembering guitar parts. Yeah, that takes a lot of work to try to remember. But remembering the lyrics. I mean, I used to really work so much memorizing lyrics, spent so much time memorizing lyrics, and I'd still fuck it up, All you have to do is take one hit of the joint too many before you go on, and oh man, terrible. Oh. Lied about the wars, Time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists. What's that? Yeah.
All the way, I'll be roughing it out for the first little while.
Uh-huh. They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which any
David, is the output of your guitar the DI?
Oh, let me mess with that. Is that where we're on the DI? Let me mess.
I'll work with that now. Yeah.
Okay. I got a bunch of dials here. Let me,
Okay, so first get the volume up.
this is volume.
And still needs another. Do it so while he's playing, the lights on. When it doesn't play, it goes off. He has to adjust the levels there too. So play the pattern first. Okay, ask Nick if the tone is on or off. Is the tone on or off? It's off. Okay, good. Okay, it sounds a little icy. Say again?
You said icy?
Yeah.
Let's see, is this any different?
Okay, what options do you have there, David?
I got this button that either turns the internal mic on or off, and then I got volume and tone dials.
Okay, so let's take it with the mic off and then the mic on.
So this is one position.
Okay.
I'll press the button.
Sounds a little distorted.
Right.
How long since you've changed the battery?
Oh, it's been a while. Maybe I should change the battery.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's get that going. Do you have one, or do we need to give you one?
I got one. I'll
Okay.
plug, okay?
Yep.
Although I don't know how recent
If the worst comes to worst, we'll just replace the kit and have a good case. Is that your new T-shirt?
No, this is actually from a group in Boston that's involved in exactly the same kind of campaign.
Great.
Rent, City Life, it's called.
So, do you think that families can move back? I hear they did a GoFundMe.
Really, I mean, basically they got a lot of publicity, and the GoFundMe is going really well, and the
You know, the guy who bought it
investor, yeah.
seemed like a fair dude with all the statements he made.
He doesn't want to be, I mean, vilified as a house flipping capitalist by, you know.
Well,
people-
he is, but
Yeah, right. But he's at least he's doing something.
but
He's
aware.
de-escalating, and he's aware. Yeah, he's doing.
Yeah,
the right
and
thing.
he was aware, you know, of the degree that this affects a family. And I think, you know, his statements to that was, you know, pretty decent.
Definitely human.
I mean, I don't blame anyone trying to make a living at the same time. Displacing a family who's had a house for 20 or 50 years.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that certain ways of making a living are very
Capitalist.
problematic. You know, for you know, I mean, the system is set up the way it is set up, and it's a system that needs to change. But people that go around, you know, buying distressed properties and flipping them are often not people doing things with the best
I know.
intentions.
Well, Jackie was a huge part of this "don't tear them down"
Oh, good.
thing that happened when her house was torn down, and she got arrested standing in front of the
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
arrested standing in front of the bulldozers.
Wow.
fantastic.
She made the front page of Oregon.
Great.
Yeah.
Chained to a bulldozer.
Well, just I was trying to keep her house from getting torn down, and they did save a couple of houses in the neighborhood as a result of
Yeah,
what
great.
they were doing. One house was moved to a, you know, like a block away, and another one was saved completely. Condos all around them, but
Yep.
yes, Mank, did you get up on Mississippi Avenue to save the house? Did you hear that?
No.
Huh?
What happened?
There's a family. I think they had a black person and an indigenous native person family living for like 50 years. They've owned this house on North Mississippi.
Uh-huh.
And he got in trouble with the law, one of the sons or something, about 8 years ago. And he had to take out a big loan on, even though they owned the house, they had to take a huge loan in order to pay his bail and his lawyers and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So they fell behind and couldn't make the payments on the loan that they took against the mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, 3 years ago, they started procedure to evict them and foreclose the property.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been sort of squatting here for 2-3 years. David, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at least that's what you know. Some people would call it squatting. I mean, depending on who you ask, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and then
I mean, they had no place to go.
Mm-hmm.
And so finally,
Well, they were resisting the whole thing too,
finally the police came in like a week ago on a Tuesday.
and they arrested a bunch of people. But there have been people camped out in the yard and trying to prevent this eviction since September. But what happened was when the police came and raided the place and arrested like 18 people, and then they totally escalated the situation. And so now the current situation is there are like 5 blocks surrounding the house that have been shut down, you know, with barricades,
By
and it's a
neighbors.
wonderful, beautiful scene.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Because
It's
the
really
police
gorgeous.
had put a fence around the house.
And people just tore the fence
They
down
tore
and
it-
then used it to build barricades all over the neighborhood. And so it's like that really nice, solid barricades, you know, thanks to
Keep
the
the
fencing
barricades
company.
up until they get the money.
That's
Still-
exactly what
still
they're
gotta
saying.
make-
Like, yeah, exactly
And
what they're
people
saying.
raised the money, and the guy who had bought
raise the money. Yeah,
Yeah, there's
raise
this
the money.
amazing
Yeah.
GoFundMe campaign.
You know,
but
I don't care how you get it, how you do it. Sell some dope. Raise the money.
Raise the money, yeah,
If you want to keep your shit.
and then they
You
got the
know?
money, but the people occupying the place, the neighborhood are saying, yeah, we'll leave as soon as they have actual signed house title, you know, in their hands. You know, it's
Yeah, well,
That's awesome.
but the
Then
mayor
get
wants to
busy
send in
then.
the riot
Then-
cops.
Then get busy then. Hold them off till they get the. Don't
That's
play
right.
around. Get the cash if you want your house.
Well, I think it's just
Yeah.
so cool that people occupied.
I mean, if
not
you
only
gonna
the
fuck
house,
something up, fuck it up right. You know what I
I
mean?
love it. I love it. Yes, and that they moved
know?
into the rest of the neighborhood.
Yeah,
it's
I love like the
beautiful.
reuse of the police barricade. That's pretty
I
great.
love that. Yeah, really, really good. It's, you know,
and
really
you
nice.
spent a couple evenings up there.
Yeah, I've been. Yeah, I got to get back there.
Did you sing some?
But I know the neighborhood. I
No.
grew up around there, man.
Yeah.
I grew up
Right.
grew up around there.
Right. Right.
know.
To
and
ride
then
my bike, roll by my friends, jump
Yeah.
fences, eat cherries, you
Yeah.
know, like all the other kids.
I know, and then they gentrify the place and kick everybody out. You know, can't afford it.
Story of
Now, some folks are still holding on. You'd be
Yeah.
surprised.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. Some
It
folks,
still has
some people like,
character.
fuck you. I got the money.
Oh, yeah. Well, if they
You
can.
know?
Yeah.
Some people are just like that. Cuss them out here. I'll pay it in front of your face. Where where the page at?
Okay, so David, give me example with the button out and the button in.
Let's see. So here's with it in.
Okay, out. Okay, I like it in.
All right.
Okay, and then what's the tone do? It's just one tone.
Yes, and then there's tone, which is somewhere around the middle now. I'll make it a little up.
Take the tone all the way down and then all the way up.
Okay, here's all the way down. I don't know. There might be another tone thing that I never knew about. I'm just discovering a second knob in there.
Okay, that was all the way down. Now put that one all the way up.
Way up.
Don't hear any difference. That's weird.
That's really weird.
And what's this other knob?
Let's see. This other knob. Let's see what's that doing.
What's it say?
I have no idea if it says anything, but
That was all the way down. Let's try that all the way up.
let's try that all the way up.
I think that's all the way down. I think it's bass and treble.
Yeah, I think that's on bassy side, and then the other this is I think the treble up. That must be with treble all the way up. Let's see.
Oh, they are there.
So there's this other there's the black one, but underneath there's one that a knob that is the same color as the background, so I had never noticed it. But there's this other one. I don't know. Maybe it's just this. Maybe it is one knob, but it's actually just.
I see one black. The black one's the one that moves. right?
Yeah, that must be the
Yeah.
one, but it's only moving when they. Yeah. Anyway, yeah,
So that one's
and that's volume.
That's volume.
Right? So it's volume and the pickups, mic, and then tone.
Yeah. I'm not getting much bass out of it.
No, I mean, of course, I have the cable on the 7th fret, so
Yeah.
that would be part of it. But
Okay, why don't you get a song with the, in the drop D?
yeah, this is in drop D, but it's really high up.
Yeah,
Should I
that's
do something else? That's yeah.
Open.
that's something that's open. Yeah.
Way down there. Okay, now turn the tone the other direction, all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Now do the same thing with it the other direction, all the way.
Right, how does symbol sound?
Where they were now. Can't really tell either.
It sounds exactly the same. That's weird.
I'm starting to wonder: is there really an internal microphone in that thing, or is that the tone? Like,
That's the tone. We were just messing with the tone, not the mic. I'll press the button. Let's see.
what I mean is, what I mean is, does that switch activate a microphone, or is it activating the tone circuit?
Oh, good question. It's supposed to be activating a microphone, I believe, but let's see. Sounds different, but
That's a little bassier there. I like that better. Okay, so play a little bit and I'll add the mic. See where we're at.
all right, and leave this tone all the way on one.
Yeah, wherever it is.
Okay.
Try that tone thing halfway. The tone wheel. Okay. The strings seem very wiry. Have you changed what kind of strings you're using?
No, but I put on new strings too recently for for your tastes, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Sing a little bit. Let's get close.
A pandemic is spreading, the health system's collapsing. You can watch it all unfolding on the screen. If you're afraid to go outside, enough since you have seen someone you can touch, and you miss it so much as you wonder what might happen next. Like when your savings run out and the choice is all about what kind of help you might be able to expect. Or perhaps when COVID arrived, while some struggled to survive, you were what they call essential. It didn't take long to see you got that wrong. The word they really meant was expendable. It didn't take long to see there was no emergency plans in place for something which all the scientists knew was just a matter of when there'd be a pandemic again. And the kleptocrats in power didn't have a clue. Otherwise, why did Jason Hargrove die? Because he kept keeping on, waking before dawn to do his part for society. Jason drove his bus, he didn't even make a fuss at the time of the impropriety. Somebody coughed, the virus was off. Not 2 weeks later, Jason would be dead. What if he had protective gear with sick passengers so near, with no barrier to protect his head? Why did Jason Hargrove die?
Great. I think we're kind of there.
Cool.
And it's time for ourselves. So let's get you and Spank going. And you could go back to your other song if you want.
Okay.
They lied. And they lied. Song. Marcellus is here right now.
Arcellus just showed up, you say? I think Billy said.
Yep, at 12:58.
Should we
Yeah, we'll get him.
get him first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Specific plan, but
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
said he brought an amp in case we wanted to use it.
Yeah, I just thought you might want to try it. Up to you. They're doing like a combo of DI.
What?
They're doing a combo of DI for like model element, and then this little amp sounds really good when it's like saturated a little bit, and then put it in for the beat sound.
Blended in with the DI.
Yeah, but it has to be fairly loud.
Oh, we can put it in the bathroom.
Yeah, so it's up to you. I don't want to complicate things. I just thought.
Yeah, I'm thinking just in terms. Well, let's see what the sound is with just a DI.
Okay.
And if you say, "Hey, I really want my sound,"
Cool. No, that's. I mean, the DI always sounds good. Yeah.
can you use the Sans amp?
Stand up? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What's up, boy?
Hey man, how you doing?
Been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Project number 3.
Yeah. How you been?
It's all good.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, get my.
Might as well.
What's up, man? How you doing?
That's good.
Doing all right?
Oh, so you left the queen at home, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, she didn't want to come and sit around all day. You know? I don't know why.
The 2 stepdaughters are fighting who gonna play for her.
Yeah. Yep.
So per tune, David sent you, I think, a little mock-ups of the things.
Yeah.
But kind of leave it up to you guys per tune. We did a little bit of pre-production the other day, but not a whole lot. In terms of because he has this producer in Ireland, can add guitars, you can add bagpipes, you can add whistles, you can add vocals, all kinds of things.
Mhm.
So I think if David comes in here with the guitar, right in the control room, plays just a little bit of the song, I leave it to you guys, between all of us, actually, how are we going to approach this particular song? And whether you see acoustic bass or electric bass,
Mhm.
and what kind of sounds, and then we can go in and try to rehearse it and try to put something together.
When
as
I
a basic
say,
track.
when the song say their names, anybody got Ingve Malmsteen's phone number?
That'd
You
be
call
so
him for
good.
that
You
one.
never called me back, man. I keep calling him. You never called me
Yeah,
back.
you call Ingve for that one. Bring the
Ingve.
story. Either him, Steve,
Yeah.
or Paul
Yeah.
Gilbert. He's
Oh,
stupid.
there you go. He
Paul
lives here in
Gilbert
Portland,
is
doesn't he?
stupid.
Doesn't he live here in Portland? Or at least part of the time?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I know
If you
Ashley-
got walking around with giant headphones for no reason, you know too.
Yeah, right. I know Ashley Flores was with him.
Yeah, Paul Gilbert. he
So
can
David,
do it.
are
You
we
need-
waiting for that to?
You need Ingve.
What?
I was
Yep,
just
we
going
got
to see if Ingve was watching
yeah.
or anything, but now we can see. What's that, Bill?
Oh, I think bring your
What's that
guitar
kid
in
that plays
here.
for,
We play a little bit of it, and they can get my concept.
Extreme.
So I didn't bring
Uh,
him upright. It sounded
you know?
like he was.
Yeah, new
Oh,
no.
you didn't?
No, it sounded like he wanted electric.
You ever listen
Oh,
to Animals
I
as
can bring
Leaders?
it tomorrow.
he didn't bring any acoustic.
I just got into
Yeah, I mean,
Andre.
you,
Yeah,
you
I'll
had
show you
mentioned
when
the
the
idea
day's
of
over.
acoustic
I-
on
I-
one of
I
the
just
songs
got into
yesterday,
country
and I
song.
never
Argentina.
got
On that
back to
bluegrass
about
is-
that.
Because there's this,
Oh,
there's
maybe I
this
misread
But we could
that.
do it on another
Achilles
day.
Yeah,
Prieston.
another
No,
day.
I'll bring it
Achilles
tomorrow.
Prieston.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just
He
didn't
is
know. I'm sorry.
stupid
Okay,
on
so let's
drums.
make sure that this will
Alright, so
work
we have
with
heavy metal to
electric
talk
for
about.
each of these.
He's killer.
So you
I,
can just
I
bring your
just,
guitar in.
it's
Should I
like
just bring
I
it in
just
here?
tapped in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, damn.
That guy's good.
I mean, this man, this dude got psychopathic feet. I'm, I've heard double pedal being played, but not this freaking clean.
Mm-hmm.
Never this clean.
Mm.
And I've heard some good ones.
How about Meshuggah? You ever listen to that?
Yeah. There's a drum and bugle corps that does one of their songs called Beneath. And they have, their book is written out to the Vortex. And the shit is killed. Matter of fact, we got time. They said,
So that worked out doing all those lead sheets, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to bug him a few times to get paid, but
Oh,
other
really?
than that,
Oh,
I think he was just short on funds at the moment.
what?
I think he was short on funds at the moment when I was,
No, it's usually not.
you know. But
Oh, and just
other than that,
in case if we can stop if anybody wants to, but we are live streaming the recording session, so just in case anybody wants to badmouth anybody else, just so you know.
that's the worst
Not
thing
that
I have to
anybody's
say.
watching, but
That's the worst thing I have to say today is.
So here's the first thing.
they lied about the wars. Should I just sing a bit of it? They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I can see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the team haven't heard from them since. That's the basic vibe.
Okay. Well, I think just get them in
I think we
position
can
and we'll start
winging it.
doing it. Let me get a bass sound.
Hermetically
I just wanna
separated.
show 'em this- I just wanna show 'em something real quick.
What'd you say?
I just want to show them a little something real quick. Like Beneath, you know the song Beneath by Meshuggah, right? It's written by them, right?
It sounds like Fred's guitar.
I dig those guys. I
Yeah,
just
it's a
finally
drum
have,
line.
this much tolerance for that kind of music. But I can get into it in a certain sense. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the part I like. Right here.
I know why he likes it. He used to use,
Oh yeah.
he used to do drumline.
Yeah.
That was drumline.
Yep. He never ever loses that groove.
Yeah.
The guy's hammering that drum.
Yep.
I think some of those videos he's done.
Here they go.
Blown me away.
Yeah, incredible. They do all the tricks with the sticks and
Look at
stuff.
this guy.
And
It's called Blue Coats. This was 2 years before they actually won a title.
Yeah, it's legit.
I love this too. And they're just hammering away. Hey, we gotta go.
Awesome.
This is stupid. That was the very end.
so that was like the original track with the drum line playing over it.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
I gotta see who knows Yingwei.
And if you could pull this up, because I'm going to use it as a talkback, so our sellers can be talking to the others. So just turn around, face it toward you, and bring it up. Okay, so that's Sans amp.
Fancy probably, right?
We'll need a.
Oh, output was all the way up. I'll bring it back to like halfway, unless you
We'll see.
specifically want it.
You can mess with it. I often put the output all the way.
Okay, however you want it. That's all the way.
You can back off a little bit. Good. You want to mess with the tone thing.
Yeah.
You can add a lot of that cabinet emulation. It's pretty good, actually. Do you want any compression on it?
Yeah. Maybe. Well, however you like it,
What?
However you like it.
I usually just put a little bit.
I've been tracking with just a really like 2 to 1 with like
Yeah.
really fast attack
Yep.
just to smooth out the attacks a little bit.
Yep.
But not really even doing much.
Okay.
But
What
that's
the
me
hell
in my
is
basement, different.
Let me
different
find where
situation.
you are. Sanzap is 25.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They were also convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since.
Hey, David?
Yeah.
Give us a couple of minutes. We're still working on the bass.
Sure.
I can tune. you get me up in the room, I can tune.
What?
If you get me up in the room, I can tune. I forgot a clip on, so I gotta use.
Oh, you should be on. Okay, is this with the compression on?
Set the drive from here.
What?
Set the drive from here. You think that little bit of fuzz?
I heard a little fuzz.
You think it's this?
Where's it going? Lower. Try that now.
We'll be able to control that.
Is that enough compression?
Yeah, I mean,
Get just a dB or two.
like just touching the attacks. That's
Yeah.
how I've been doing it lately. And then later, whatever you want.
Well, let's listen, and then if we want to add the mic on it,
Okay.
we can do that.
Cool.
Maybe save it back in there. And I need coffee. You need coffee.
I'm good. I'm still working on my to go. Thanks.
We're ready. And I'll keep the speakers on too.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'll just play it and we'll just mess around with it for a bit first, I suppose.
Absolutely.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons, they all were so convinced. The generals on the team, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs, all the pundits used to say, for the city was abandoned. The good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now just seems insane.
Okay. So Spank is playing really quietly, so I had his drums set up for him playing really loudly.
Yeah, we can.
So,
I love it.
Spank, play how you're playing. I'm going to turn up all your mics and see. Don't play for a minute, David, while I do that.
Mhm.
Okay, Spank. Okay, David, add that to that. Let's see what that sounds like.
I think I want to try to slow it down a little. I was speeding too much. They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The general on the team, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident. I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the child.
Okay. I'm not crazy about that drum pattern. I'm hearing more. Like a almost straight backbeat.
I like the train beat, but I would do it all on the snare.
Yeah, possibly. He was doing it with.
The hi-hats.
You were doing the train beat on the hi-hat?
Yep.
Try doing the train beat on the snare. Okay, David, what do you think?
What I think maybe starting out with something simple and then working up to a train beat.
Okay.
It seems like because then there's more places for the song to go.
Okay, so Spank, try a simple.
And then maybe train beat. I don't know when, but we can just mess around with it. But that would seem to me like maybe later in the song, second, third verse. And I don't know. I have no idea. I love both beats. I have no idea how it should progress. But
Let's hear what just a simple boom.
should we try that? They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about.
Spank, see if you can get like a snare backbeat. You might have to have sticks or something. Yeah. Like a snare doing.
Lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we beat the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The general on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident. I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and
I don't know, David. Let me just hear you and bass, David and bass.
But Bill, you had been thinking about a backbeat on 4 when I came in 2 days ago.
Yeah, that might work.
You try that?
Sure.
Lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident. I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was banned. The good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill. Win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now. It just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, what we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much.
Okay. Your tonic note on the bass seems really loud, and then
Okay.
the rest doesn't. I don't know what.
Yeah. Probably need to. I was messing with the height of the pickup the other day.
Screwdriver?
That's probably part of it. I think I got one. I should have
I'm
one.
starting to feel like, yeah, like, I mean,
the-
it's,
like the
I haven't
Lennox.
played with a drummer since the
The
last time I
Lennox
played with
Rock.
you, Spank. So I mean, I'm just, I need to just get into some kind of a groove here. That's just the goal. To state the obvious. But that was seeming, I mean, for me, that was really starting to work. Like I was feeling on top of the beat, like rather than
And do
flailing.
you think we ought to
Before?
get your
So that's-
amp up?
It's up to you. I mean, this, it sounds fine to me now.
Okay.
Should we get, what do you think,
If
Bill?
it's working for you, it's working for me.
Yeah, something's not gluing together for me, but I'm not sure what it is.
But let's,
We'll just keep on
just, I mean,
at it. Arcellus is adjusting his bridge
oh,
slightly.
yeah. I think for me, just a little bit of practice together will be helpful.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little
Yeah,
better.
it's more even. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it to you guys to sort it out, figure it out.
Okay, I think basically being relatively minimalist is gonna be helpful for most of these songs. Basically, is a good approach. That's the most production thoughts on production I've had so far. But it's like that's kind of, so there's lots of room for more. But that's not much of an idea. Anyway, let's just mess around with it. And I don't know. But the we were talking about in the instrumental breaks, not that I should have a little bit of space before going into the progression, or not, Billy.
I thought we were gonna add a measure or something. What was
Right.
the note?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, okay,
So I'll just keep doing that and figure that we'll figure it out.
okay.
Lied
said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident. I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, what we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. So much. I wish it were not true, but from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn him.
Okay, now we're getting too fast again.
And I'm messing it up all over the place with timing problems, but it's good to practice together. Comments? Anywhere? Anyone on? Just
Can you hear me?
no, I can't.
No. Are we going to go to that double time kind of train feel at some point?
What do you think? Like, should that be where should we try bringing that in
Into instrumentals or
for the instrumentals? Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah, because that's kind of my question: is are we going to go to that? And if we are, how do we like build to it? You know.
I mean, it seems nice. It seems nice doing that on the instrumentals to give it a real different feel from the verses.
Sure.
But beyond that, I have no thoughts. I liked it though. It was giving some variety, which was nice.
okay. I want to hear just David and the bass. It's still so no, they're not gluing.
Solo boomy.
I like it. I don't know. So just David and the bass.
1, 2.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about.
Okay, David, do just the instrumental, and I'm going to listen to the bass and the instrumental with the guitar. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Trying to get more of that, but less of the like really clicky.
Well, the clicky is the presence and the treble. Okay, let's see that. Okay, here we go. Instrumental. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Need a cowbell in there.
Oh, I'm just trying to get so when our cellist does a fill it, I hear it pretty well.
Hmm.
So just do that again. I'm just working on the sound, and we'll figure out. Okay, so let's add to that just the instrumental part. Let's first add a kick to that, and then we're gonna try a train over that. 1, 2, go 1, 2, 3. Add the train. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Tones are not blending the way I like them to.
You try. I don't know. I never tried this just clean. You try that?
I just turned off the cabinet emulation. Hit the button.
Oh, it's just this. Okay.
Not crazy about that either. Okay, try that with you, David. 1, 2, 3, go. Add drums. Now slow it down. Okay, sing a verse.
Mind about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the team haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground.
Okay, when he's singing, Spank, when he's singing, go back to the beat on 4 and see. Because the train doesn't seem to work over his vocal. It's just too busy.
Hmm.
Okay, so try a vocal and yeah, let's just see.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons, they all were so convinced. The generals of the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money.
Okay, great. Now, when David went to the instrumental, the guitar was louder than the drums and the bass. So either you take the guitar down and really hit the drums really hard during the train part.
Okay. So I should quiet down on the guitar, on the instrumental?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it to drive as loud as you were, but now I'm losing the drums.
Cool, cool. I'll back off.
Is each verse is 6 stanzas? Is that right?
The first verse is longer than the rest of them.
Okay, so it's like 6 and then 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 and 4 and then 4. Yeah.
Okay, so you could either give a nod to Spank and Arcellus, or Arcellus give a nod to Spank as to when we're going into the train and thing.
Yeah, because it's got that extra.
Yeah, why don't we
Extra half bar.
record, and you got that extra measure that you're putting in before and or the beginning of the instrumental and the end of the instrumental.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And then at the very end, we go longer, right? With that one chord before ending, like 1, 3, 4. That one. They lied about the wars. That's how it ends.
Okay, so take the last part so we can hear your ending.
I'll do the last. Yeah. So the last part is. So it's you can say that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Cool.
Yeah.
Or you want to go even longer?
Yeah, we were talking about going longer, and I just was trying to count it, and I did it wrong. It was only 1. They lied about the wars, more like that.
Yeah.
Right? Where I count to 7 and then stop on 7 at the lied.
Right. So do that again. It's from the same place.
You can say that maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here. I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
All right. Let's just record one, and then you guys can listen back and see what's going to need to go. It's not quite there, but we'll work on it. I'm wondering whether the brushes are just too soft. But then when the backbeat comes, I want that strong too. The backbeat on 4. Oh, let's just try it. See where it's at.
How should we start it? Just like I'll count it off, and
Let me see how you would start it.
like maybe 1.
I think I should start with just guitar, I think.
Yeah. So we'll just
Yeah, just do it. Let's just see right now, and then we'll record.
They lied lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons.
Yes, someone else's country should be a lead in with the bass and maybe drums.
Sounds good. So then everybody
so
comes in after
Do that again.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground.
Okay, so let's record.
What's that?
Let's record and just see where it goes. Stand by. Okay, recording.
And let it get cold.
They lied about the
Hand it to
wars.
me.
Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the team, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs all the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all.
Okay, we're gonna stop. I'm gonna Spank. You gotta hear the guitar more because you're missing it once you come in. Let me put guitar, which is right now. Let me try it on 12. Your knob 101, knob number 1 will give you, actually knob number 3 will give you your guitar.
It's great. Counting on me for the rhythm is like counting on the banjo player for intonation.
Because I can play, listening here where the drums came in, where they're just not with David. Listen.
Someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the team, haven't heard from them since. They say it was.
See, so the drums aren't with it.
Try it again.
Just a second, let me get it so I can
Oh,
hear.
yeah, turn on Spank's mic.
More in time than his hands.
Say again.
His vocals are more in time than his hands.
Right, but you got to be with the guitar. That's the thing.
Well, his hands need to be in order with his mouth.
That would be good. Let's keep on working at it.
I'm trying to tell you, his mouth is more in time than his hands.
We could do the song without the guitar too. That could be very cool. The guitar is the most replaceable part.
I don't know. I just feel it. Sing a verse right now, David. Just you alone.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was up.
Good. Now, Spank. I like the backbeat and the kick. That sounded with him. Now we need some sort of quarter note going along with that. I don't know what it is. But it has to be loud. Okay, try singing a verse against that.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were
I'm just not hearing the hat. The snare is so much louder than the hat. So maybe back off on how loud the snare is and louder with the hat. See if we can get that to match with David. Okay, David, go 1, 2, 3.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons, they all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs all the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all.
Okay, good. So just the backbeat is still a little too loud in relationship to the quarter notes. Sorry, I'm having to micromanage it. It's a pain in the ass.
You always micromanage, and then it turns out great at the end. That's
Oh, okay.
that's. I mean, that's.
I'm just shooting in the dark, trying to figure out how to make this glue together.
It has worked a lot in the past when you do.
Okay, we'll get it. All right, so let's roll one, and then you can listen to the whole thing.
Are we just starting with the guitar though? Is it-
Yeah.
Start with the guitar and then. Yeah.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons, they all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs, all the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, when we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do, so maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine, instead of being intubated, hooked up to this machine. You can say that I'm an idiot, maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. Lied about the wars.
Yeah, maybe 2 and 4.
Okay, why don't you come in and listen? And we'll figure out how to refine this back together.
Sounds good.
Wondering whether it's side stick is the sound. I'm not sure. We'll just listen. See. Now, is that with the stands amped in or out?
Yeah.
It's more Zydeco now.
It's in.
Okay.
It's actually pretty close to the way it was before, but I've backed off the tone a
It
little
sounds
bit.
good.
Changed the balance of the pickup.
It's more Zydeco now than it is
Yeah.
train.
It's just coming together lovely, but
I see where you're trying to go with it.
I'm wondering whether the backbeat should be a side stick, like hitting the snare and the side of it at the
I
same
think
time.
one
like
thing,
cowbell sound.
one thing that kind of pops out to me is when we go to the third chord,
Mhm.
which is an E for
Mhm.
me.
Roll 'em.
Yours
See how this
is with
goes.
the low
Just
A string.
Help me figure it out.
Oh yeah,
You
Hey,
your
want-
mother. Yeah, my mom asked about you.
String.
Yeah,
It kind of
alright.
clashes with the chord
She's
to my
great.
ears. So unless you're doing that on purpose,
They lied about the
I would say try to avoid hitting the bottom string when you're on the.
On that chord. Yeah.
Unless that's the sound you want. If
I'm
that's the
not
sound you
doing
want,
it on
then-
purpose, so that's a good point. Yeah.
Cool.
Although I do go for a dissonant sound often. I wasn't.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, it, you know, it crunches a little bit, so it's
Mhm.
totally whatever.
Right.
Okay, so let's listen to this and then.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was banned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money. Which anyone
So the drums are ahead of the vocal right there.
I didn't hear it in that we just listened to.
What?
David? I didn't hear it in what we just listened to.
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah. Maybe it was just in the earlier.
Okay, Spank, so I don't know what to do.
are 6 feet underground.
Okay, here's the second
Is
verse.
all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money. Which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, what we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu.
Kick's a little too busy in relationship to
They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo.
Spank, what would 2 and 4 be like?
So much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo. I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home.
In this verse.
Yeah, the last verse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go 2 and 4.
Okay.
Okay, these instrumentals are just not working for me.
Right. What would you suggest?
I think the train's just too.
You want more pocket?
What?
You want more pocket?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, the train kind of comes out of nowhere, you know?
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like
It's
the way we're
way
doing
too
the
much.
verses. It's kind of like we're trying
Just
to.
like we're walking down the street and then we're about to get
Yeah.
that. Get your ass outside! It sounds like the Flintstones.
Watch out! Watch out! Yeah.
what you mean by side stick.
Yeah.
And see if that would sound, because it sounds a little too.
The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but
Too much like a full, at least the first verse or something.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Too much like a full set kind of sound, like something more like a cowbell or something like
No, side stick would be,
just hitting the rim. Is that what hitting?
yeah, you hit the rim and the snare, but has
Yeah,
a,
but instrumental is more pocket, right?
Yeah.
I'm going 2 and 4 with that. So
okay.
Cool. Give it another shot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
I'm gonna erase this one because it's not happening yet.
Yeah, kill that. You like any scared black man.
Oh no.
It's hard when you don't have a second guitarist or keyboards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, a little concerned about that.
Is that the side stick you want?
Let me hear side stick. Just play a pattern with a side stick. Like more rim side stick. No, it has to hit both.
I think cross sticking maybe is the.
Cross sticking, is that? Cross stick? What's that mean?
No,
Smack it on top.
Let me find something
Are you-
that has.
Are you thinking of where you lay the stick, where you lay the stick across the drum, like it's anchored? It's anchored on one side and you flip it down.
that's what we're thinking. Yeah.
That's what I call cross.
He can't hear it. Can't hear you. Okay, talk now.
Billy might mean where you. I think it's called cross stick, where you anchor the stick on one side and flip it down with your wrist. Is that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me hear that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What do you call that?
That's just regular cross stick.
Yeah, that's the sound I'm after.
That's just traditional rim shot.
Keep it traditional, you know.
Okay.
I think that on 2 and 4 would sound cool.
Yeah.
Okay, try that on 2 and 4 over the verses.
they lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was.
Yeah, I would go on just 4 for the verses, and then go to 2 and 4 on the instrumentals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So keep it on the cross stick. I don't know if I would go to full on stick.
What'd you say?
I would keep it on cross stick, maybe go to full stick on the last chorus or something, but not much.
Okay.
Okay, let's try another one. Okay, we're rolling.
1, 2, 3.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They strangled our CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs all the pundits used to say for the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. You have half a brain. Why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, what we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine instead of being intubated, hooked up to this machine. You can say that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Getting closer.
Yeah, definitely getting closer.
Cymbals are really loud. I gotta find out why. Okay, let's listen. You can listen just on headphones probably, or come in either way.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about.
What if I put the room mic even closer to the floor to get more drums in it?
Yeah.
I have a short stand in the car. I'll go get it.
Here you go.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs all the pundits used to say for the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. You have half a brain. Why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, what we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine instead of being intubated, hooked up to this machine. You can say that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Yeah, from where we began, it's, I mean, getting there. The high symbols that I was hearing is I had Spank's talkback mic on while I was recording, and I'm going, "What the fuck?"
Right.
And it sounds a lot better played back. Spank, I'd like you to experiment a little more. These quarter notes on the hi-hat are just a little bit too much. They need to be split up a little bit, or a little bit of a pattern put with them.
So a little bit more taste, right?
What?
A little bit more taste. Is that what you want?
Did he say taste?
Taste.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah, because if you listen to Billy, you'll just end up sounding awful. So, but I'm shooting in the dark, but I think we're getting closer.
And then,
Okay.
what about for the ending? If we do like we'll probably have to rehearse this because I still don't even know exactly where the end is. But like, we get done with the last. What is it? What comes right before the end? Is another chorus? Or no?
The
Verse, it's
third
the
verse,
verse.
and actually,
Third
I
verse.
we could print out some lyrics for you, so at least you have a little bit of structure, if not an actual lead sheet.
Yeah, I can do that.
Well, it's working. It's working for me.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. But anyway, so we finished the third verse, and then for the little instrumental section right before the end, where we're just playing the one chord,
Mhm.
we come down dynamically and then build. They lied about the war, you know,
Right.
build up to that last hit.
Mm-hmm.
That would require.
And should it be longer? To me, it's almost too short still.
Seems nice, but I mean, seems like
Well, if you did this, came down in volume and then back, oh, they lied about the war, you
Yeah.
know,
Hmm.
it might be more dramatic.
mm,
Is that what you're saying, Marcellus?
Yeah,
Build
just
them.
just a little dynamic thing at the end.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's work on the end just a little bit.
Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Marcellus, if you could, without playing right now, take your hand where you see the dynamics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, watch Marcellus right now.
Yeah, so we're gonna drop down to like verse volume, you know, it's not like all the way down, but and then maybe that last hit is like the loudest little second of the song, you know.
Cool. Let's try that again.
Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Do it again now so Marcellus can play. But
Actually,
think of that. Take it really down and really build it up. Even Spank. Okay, ready, go.
Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Yeah. All right, great. Okay, so a little more taste this time.
And then can I get just for headphones? Could I get a little more kick and bass?
Yeah. Okay. Kick will be in one. And bass will be in two pieces. Yes.
Did you put bass in there too?
Yeah, bass is two. Make sure that's working. Okay, David or Spank, if you want more bass, you can add number 2 there. We'll give you more bass.
do another run?
Yeah, let me set up. I'll keep that take.
Can I hear you kick for 1 second? Take it.
Okay, stand by. We're rolling.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident. I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, but we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do, so maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. Lie about so much, I wish it were not true, but from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine instead of being intubated. Hooked up to this machine, you can say that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars. Sorry,
Yeah, I'm gonna look for something here for a second. Give me a minute.
I can't count to 7.
I had a couple pretty good screw ups in there.
They lied about the wars. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be anyway. Whether I actually do it right.
Okay, we can do it again now.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's starting to sound like a tune.
They gave me a little cot to sleep on. I hear music playing inside those walls, but I'm not going in,
There's a cross stick.
'cause I don't want to see you dancing with him again. Mr. Bartender, line 'em up, I'll need a dozen rounds or more, 'cause tonight I'm
trying to find some cross-stick sounds.
I have a friend. Every
Oh yeah, that was right there.
Everybody knows that the world is upside down, flying, turning around.
That's kind of the sound I'm after.
And I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN, NPR, and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned, then the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they.
Now the question is, can that during that instrumental spank, can that stand having a full stick? But maybe not full out loud, because full stick is a lot louder than that cross stick. But it seemed a little wimpy there. Oh wait, let me get so I can hear you.
Trying to be sensitive.
Okay, now you're hot.
I was trying to be dynamic.
Tasteful.
Right.
Tasteful.
Toward the end, I was trying to be dynamic.
Well, I think it's getting there. There's a couple times when he comes back to the verse that the drums and David still are not together. We got to find out what happens. Let me try where I hear that. It's after the first instrumental.
Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus. What we
Pretty good. Let's hear this one after this instrumental.
They lie about so much. I wish it were not true, but from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine.
Just after mass, there's something that
I
rushes.
guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine. I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine.
We'll just have to listen to David. And David, your last thing, I want to take the guitar way down and then build it up dynamically. See how loud that is? That has to be really soft, the beginning of that. And then the very end of it, you're going to come up.
They lied about the war.
I didn't sense it. Really build it. Follow what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Great. Let's keep that take. Try to get another one. We could always come back. The first tune is always the hardest.
Yeah.
And we can always come back to this, once we're warm from doing others. But doing the work is a good thing too.
This would actually be a good one for upright too, since I'm playing so much sustained. So, I mean, I can always just overdub if we have a second tomorrow or whatever.
Okay. Well, let's try one more, and then I want to move away from this and get some others down.
Good.
But we have, 3 days to do these tunes, so
Yeah.
it's not that anything. So let's just try one more of this. Ready? We are rolling.
1, 2.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. The pundits used to say for the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do, looking at us on TV. They pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus, what we all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine instead of being intubated, hooked up to this machine. You can see that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They write about the wars.
Yeah, it's getting better. There's 2 places in the middle of 2 verses that there's something rushes. And what I want to do is listen to Spank without David and see if it's just David.
NPR and C-SPAN, they lied about the jobs. The pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. The pundits used to say before the city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground.
I'm curious right now, David, play that instrumental right now and Spank a full open snare. See if it sounds better. Okay? I'll give the count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now try backing off of the snare. I like the open sound, it's just too loud. And see if we can do that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it still seems loud. What's the loudest you can do with the crutch stick there? 1, 2, 3, 4. And what's the softest you can do with a full stick? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the softest you can do with a stick. Try really soft with a stick. Let me make sure I have you off. Yeah, I do. Try even softer with the stick. I like the stick sound, but it's just way loud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah.
That sounded great.
The snare sounding a lot. The snare sounds a lot fatter too when he hits it a little softer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice.
So I think that's pretty cool.
Should give it another run through, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're that close. that we're going to nail it. No, just a second. Set up a new playlist. Okay, we are rolling.
They lied about the wars, took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs all the pundits used to say before the city was abandoned. Good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's
Okay, that was close.
money.
Okay, by the way, I love this this roll going into it at the beginning like
I
this.
could see was I was occupying
Listening.
someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all
But then the first backbeat was too soon. But I love that roll. That is so cool.
They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The
Okay, that side stick's great, but then when it came to the full-on snare, it's just too loud. You really have to be.
were 6 feet underground.
Sounds like it went all of a sudden into heavy metal or something. So just, I know it's not intuitive to do it that soft, but try it. Okay, here we go. This will be the one. We're rolling.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we'd fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV, haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs all the pundits used to say before this city was abandoned and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus. We all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine instead of being intubated. Hooked up to this machine, you can see that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Very good. Now I have an idea. I want you to go to the last verse right here.
Down here, and I know where it lies.
Okay, and then I want you to go into a full instrumental, just like the second one.
Uh-huh.
And then you go at the end of the instrumental into
You lied about the
the
one.
7 beats.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, and we can just punch that in.
Mhm.
So we would start around here. Spank, that was great.
Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
Okay, so everyone play along with that, and I'm going to just try punching it in.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go.
Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
Now you're going to the full instrumental with the sticks. There. Okay, and then the 7 beats at the end of that. Okay, here we go. Same as again. Play along.
Before they stick me in a
On
box.
David, at the very end, those 7 beats, keep it pretty soft until the very end of that.
Right.
Okay. Here we go. Play along.
Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They fight about the wars.
I think it went too long at the end.
I can never count up to 7. It's amazing.
What?
I can't count to 7. It's amazing.
Let's see, just a second. Yeah, it'd be like.
As long as we're all together, right?
What was that?
They fight about the wars.
Yeah, I went 1 beat further. I went to.
Yeah. 1 beat, 2 1.
Yeah.
And the transition for let me see what Spank did in the original. Getting this transition. Just a second.
Before they stick me in a box with
Listen to
quarters
me.
on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They fight about.
Okay, so let's go into the last. Yeah, I'm gonna punch again. Here we go. Everyone, play along.
Box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
I'm not sure the timing's right. Let me listen to that. I don't think the timing's right yet.
I know where it lies.
No,
I fucked up.
What?
I fucked. That's an easy fix. The previous take is fine.
Okay,
I know where it lies.
Yeah, that's not right.
I just missed it.
I think if we just punch in sooner so that we can have more form to it coming in.
Okay.
No, I just missed the chord change. I can either punch it or you can use a previous take.
No, because something's wrong.
Yeah,
Let's just do the whole thing.
Box with quarters on.
Okay, I'll start sooner and just everyone.
I leave before I have to go. Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
That's the one.
Cool.
Let's listen to the transition.
Quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
Something about that acoustic guitar is way different in the punch.
Here, and I know where it lies.
Yeah, it's like a second.
Blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
I think if you just punch.
That's where the guitar should be starting the pattern. It's like a
Blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
1,
Also, the tone is different.
4.
The emphasis is wrong in there. If you just punch it in sooner, we can fix it easier, I think.
Well, I think what you want to do is finish out like.
Blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
I know where it lies. 2, 3, 4. Then you start.
Sounds good.
What?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, so it'd be again.
Blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, cool.
What? Well, the instrumental is
Blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
2, 3, 4.
Yep. Yeah, got it.
Just try it right now without recording it. Go.
Blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
Now there's something weird.
It really, it's what's weird is you're leaving in that guitar part that's not right. Just get rid of that guitar part that I was just playing there. That part that you keep
Okay, I'll punch it this time. And you say start earlier?
playing. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Leave before I have to go. Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes. There's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Listen, I think we need another take of it, but that's where we need to be.
Mhm.
And you need light about the wars. You got to get that note out.
Right.
Before I have to go.
I'm gonna listen.
Before I have to go. Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes. There's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
It's close. So let's everyone pay attention. We'll have it.
Hmm.
Okay, here we go.
Leave before I have to go. Before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes. There's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Great. Now if I can clean up that punch, it'll be good.
Quarters on my eyes. There's lots
So I'm gonna try to clean it up. Give me a second here.
on my eyes. There's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. On my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. Lies, 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 lies. Here, and I know where it lies.
That sounds pretty good.
Red lies, red lies, red lies. Lies, lies, lies.
Hmm.
Red lies.
Gonna buy us all some lunch, perhaps?
Yep.
Know where it lies. Know where it lies.
That's how it is when the day starts at noon, right?
Let's work on the drums here.
What kind of lunch would everybody like?
Well, what are you cooking for us, David?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but we
Damn.
didn't bring.
I would like some fish and chips.
That's not bad.
I'm up for it. I'm not picky.
What do you think, Nick?
Oh,
The local tavern has pizza.
Pizza? No.
You gotta take out beer and grab me one.
Beer
Yeah.
pizza? Is that?
Yeah, because they start doing that in the shutdown.
And I know where it
Yeah,
lies.
you ain't got beer. Yeah, take mine.
They must have something. Do they have anything else at the
They
tavern?
got like burgers and stuff, and like
And Spank, I think we need
It's just your usual bar.
a couple of the full-on sticks sooner. I don't think you got into it soon enough.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies.
We needed one right there.
Okay.
Maybe I can.
Well, I probably missed. Hit the rim by accident.
Yeah,
Maybe I don't know, but
Yeah, I probably
I can
missed.
probably,
can see that
I can probably just. Okay, so. Yeah, you just hit soft.
you want the book?
Hmm?
You want the book?
Book?
The menu book?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Good idea. Or if we. A cast list. Let's see.
Right there.
So cast list. We got Spank Hopkins on drums, Marcellus Sykes on bass, Billy Oscar engineer, Nick assisting. That's the cast list. I could write that down.
Okay, David.
Uh-huh.
I know you're thinking about food.
Uh-huh.
And I'm thinking about getting this track. I
Good,
want to
good.
listen to the whole track right now
Mhm.
for Arcellus and listen carefully, Spank, make sure it's okay. everything. I'm gonna go pee because I've needed to for the last half hour.
That's important.
But listen to it because you'll live with it. If there's any
Right.
timing thing, I want to get it now.
They lied about the wars. Took time to figure out that democracy and freedom was not what it was about. They said we fight the terrorists, but all that I could see was I was occupying someone else's country. They lied about the weapons. They all were so convinced. The generals on the TV haven't heard from them since. They say it was an accident, but I think it was their plan. They spread the lie on CNN and NPR and C-SPAN. They lied about the jobs. All the pundits used to say before this city was banned, and the good jobs went away. Sign up to this free trade bill, win-win all around. Now half the guys I used to know are 6 feet underground. Lying is all they seem to do. Looking at us on TV, they pretend they care, but it's all about the money, which anyone can tell. If you have half a brain, why I should believe them now, it just seems insane. Talk turned to the virus. We all stood to lose. I was not the only one who thought it was fake news. I just went about my life like I normally would do. So maybe I'll catch a cold, I thought, or a little flu. They lie about so much, I wish it were not true. But from this hospital bed, if I could just click undo, I guess I would have worn a mask, stayed home to quarantine instead of being intubated. Hooked up to this machine, you can see that I'm an idiot. Maybe I don't know, but before I take my leave, before I have to go, before they stick me in a box with quarters on my eyes, there's lots of blame to go around here, and I know where it lies. They lied about the wars.
Wow.
That came together really well, I think.
Yes, it did.
Okay, there's only one place where I'm feeling the drums and bass are now.
They lie about so much, I wish it were not true, but they lie about so much, I wish it were not true, but from this hospital.
I'm just gonna have to live it. It's just that sometimes your voice is not completely with your guitar.
It's often not, right?
Huh?
It's often doing a sort of
Yeah.
jaggedy kind of.
But I think we're taking
But your
it
lips
quite
are
a
still
long
more
way.
are still more in pocket than your hands.
Yeah.
So
Right.
there's certain words that I'm picking that
Yeah.
that is right there in pocket.
And ourselves, what do you think?
That works.
I think
Yeah,
sounds
it
great.
works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
yeah, yeah. I hear what you're talking about, but I mean, Spank and I are tight in that spot, and
Okay.
it's cool.
I think you're there.
Got a good bass sound too. This thing has kind of a sweet spot, you know.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay, and he wants all this consolidated.
I'm gonna
And,
change the sound
Then we're gonna
settings.
probably have to export because there's with all these takes and everything, there's gonna be too much.
See if this is better or worse. If we get rid of automatic adjustment and echo cancellation. See how that is.
I think this. Wheel. Yep. I guess I'll do the busy work. Well, it's hard to say. I hate to have did you figure out the food situation?
Should we
Okay,
get
why don't you do that now and
to
I'll,
pick something up from the tavern, perhaps? Or would that be?
the tavern is kind of limited.
Whatever folks are into. But we could go somewhere with a.
Cause they don't have the grill at the tavern anymore.
No more grill, huh? What
Yeah.
are you in the mood for?
So let's
Is there
try
a place
something
we
else.
can get beer for Spank as well as for food?
Oh, beer for Spank. Well, you can just stop at the Big Bear store. That'd be fine.
Oh, there's that.
Get him some PBR.
Oh, this Italian place looks great.
You got me drink water with hops, man. You at least get me some Bush. They got a little bit of flavor in it.
Oh, that sounds scary. Those beers.
Keystone.
Attila calls that the urine of Satan.
The
That's,
urine of
that's what he calls those kind of
Careful or
beers.
we'll get you hams.
Hey, Hams was the last beer my daddy drank before he passed, so I don't mind.
Oh, okay.
So that's like paying a homage.
Right. It has good positive associations. Yeah.
So now how do we do this if I want, I'm sending this to Ireland, so I don't wanna send all the outtakes
Yeah,
and everything
right.
else.
Yeah, all
Right.
the bloopers and
Each track consolidated, whatever that
I would
is, right?
maybe duplicate this playlist, consolidate it, and then you can export those files individually.
Okay, but it'd be nice for him to have the session.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You could just make a new playlist with the but you don't
Well,
want to
I
have
got
to
an
set them all the
idea. I
outtakes
got an
and stuff.
idea. Just save this as,
Oh, get rid of everything else,
hmm?
and get rid of all the stuff you don't want.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, the headline consolidation. Well, except if the audio files will still be in the audio folder. So,
You're thinking Italian?
What do you think? They have a big menu.
Cool with me.
All
Yeah.
sorts of stuff.
Hope I can always find something.
I wonder if I consolidate, let me just.
Chicken sandwich. Little bit.
Chicken avocado mango salad looks exciting.
Sounds good.
Consolidate these, but let me,
Yeah,
Great
Greek
work.
sounds pretty good too.
Sweet.
Oh, cool.
what do you say, a new playlist? Yeah,
I think I'd just throw it in a new playlist and consolidate it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it grabbed your.
Should we write down
Oh.
what we get?
Oh, we take-
Hmm?
Oh, I have nothing.
What
No.
chicken salad?
Yeah, just chicken sandwich
Chicken
with
sandwich.
with
there's-
salad,
oh.
side salad.
Mhm.
I need to duplicate it. Duplicate. Okay, and then should I put a C in front of all these so we can find where they are?
Probably not a bad idea.
So I'll let you do that.
Sure.
Which is a capital C.
At home, I use the dollar sign because it's the money take.
Yeah, I like that. Dollar sign for the money tag.
Yeah. Learned that from a buddy of mine.
Nice.
Then when I consolidate them, that'll name them that, I hope.
I think it should. Yeah.
We'll find out.
North, we are in Corbett, Oregon.
That's right. No, before you consolidate, you don't want that, because that would spot. So you go here and here. Okay, and I consolidate. Yep.
That's gonna take a
the,
Okay.
the
Then,
Leox put the song and made a poster out of it.
Okay.
let me duplicate it, or let me copy it over to another hard drive in case I fuck up.
Wise move.
Yep, so here's a backup of present work. This first one, David, I'm gonna take like 10, 15. Did you figure out the food yet?
Yeah, we're looking at the Italian
Oh, okay.
menu.
Yeah, that's good. Great take out.
Yeah, great.
And Spanky looks like an Italian guy.
Menu.
Che faccio male?
Ooh. I'm gonna go with
Yeah, that's already 5 gigabytes. Think of sending 12 tunes, 5 gigabytes be a lot.
I'm gonna go with the salmon sandwich with the French
Good.
fries.
Good.
Okay.
Hold the tomatoes.
Now one you get with, there the notebooks there. You can get everybody on it. Nick will do it, David.
Okay.
So Spank wants salmon sandwich with what? French fries?
Yeah. Hold the tomatoes.
We already wrote down
Hold
a
the
few
tomatoes.
anyway.
You have something against tomatoes?
Salad sandwich.
But they don't like you.
We don't like each other.
Mango salad.
Any tomatoes?
Brussels chicken
Nah.
sandwiches.
Do you like ketchup?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for me, the chicken avocado mango salad, and then for him, side salad with the chicken sandwich, and
They're gonna ask you what kind of
or
salad
what
you
kind of
want.
salad?
Oh,
What kind of salad? Greek or
yeah, just whatever's like a
There's
spinach
Greek.
salad, side salad, house salad. Not like not Caesar or whatever, just like
Okay, there's Greek, Caesar, or
Regular.
spinach.
spinach
Spinach.
and balsamic dressing if they ask.
Okay.
Let me see the menu quickly. Where is it? The menu?
Somebody had it.
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
Got an Allen wrench look like a Hasbro transformer.
Halibut sandwich and a cup of soup.
Is it? Yeah, yeah.
transformer? Yeah.
It's an Allen wrench. Look like it made straight out of Hasbro.
Yeah, definitely. That first
Okay, so
Transformer
this
movie
is
was
now
so good. I was
backed up.
so unexpectedly.
So what I'm gonna do now is
Yeah.
I like the second
go
one.
here.
Because he
second-
beat the hell out of both of them. Megatron and the
Oh,
Father.
yeah, the second one was like a hell of a lot of computer animated fighting, which I guess the first one had too. But it was the first one had that lovely plot line of the whole sort of romance and everything. I thought it was so well done. I'm never expecting good dialogue in those kinds of
Right. Yeah.
movies, but you need it actually for it to work. You know,
Yeah.
and that one. Yeah.
Let's
What
watch.
parents of his, boy, drove me off the damn wall.
Mm-hmm.
Let's watch the King of Staten Island. You seen that?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked it.
What was that about?
This guy who's just like kind of a loser, and it wasn't really about a whole lot. Really, it was just kind of
That's
character
Great.
study, I guess.
Great.
It was good. I mean, you know, funny and sad, and you know. What else? Like, what happens in the end? I'm trying to remember like where it goes, plot wise.
Is his brother in jail or something like that? Or,
Like his dad was a fireman who died on 9/11, and he's like he's still trying to like move past that, and then he kind of befriends one of his dad's old friends and starts like working at the fire station and ends up. They never clarify in the end like whether he's going to become a firefighter or not, but he's like moving that direction, and it kind of like, gives him a purpose, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what it's about, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, but it's mostly just just the characters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now why? Here, Nick.
Hmm.
I eliminated all the other playlists, so the
Mhm.
only thing I have here are these.
And everything's still in your clips then.
So I want those to stay and the rest to be deleted.
There's a menu like option to get rid of anything that's no longer in use. I don't remember what it's called. It's like clean up something.
Consolidate session or something.
Yeah, and it gets rid of everything that's not being used.
Okay.
I don't remember what it's called though.
Let's find out what it is. Let's find it here.
Let's see. Shift Command U to select unused audio files, and then
What? Shift?
Shift Command U to select unused audio files, and then Shift Command B to get rid of them.
Shift Command B.
There you go. That's the one.
Okay, now let's look. Make sure we have everything here. Good, and let's look at the. No, they're still in the fucking
Still in there?
audio files.
That's supposed to move them to the trash.
Let's see what's in the trash. Nothing's in the trash.
Okay.
Well, I could go here and just take everything that's not a C. Look here.
Yeah. Yeah. So otherwise, the other way to do it is in the clip or region menu, you just select them, and when you clear them, and it gives you the choice of remove.
I
Or
might not have
delete.
hit, yeah, I thought I hit delete and put in trash. Okay, I just emptied trash. Let's save this, let's close it, and open it and see how it looks. It says 25 files are not,
Oh, it's looking for what you deleted.
but they shouldn't be there to look for. Why is it looking for them or saying I have missing files? Because there's nothing in the session that says that they should be there.
That I don't know.
There, I got it.
Oh, good.
So now I can send him everything. So I can send him the sessions and the files and all he gets in the files.
And it's not going to be a massive.
Yep. Great, figured out.
Fantastic.
All right, so I'm ready to start anew.
Excellent. To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
New from template.
That's the next one.
All right, I'm gonna call this in.
Great. Here's some money for that. There we go.
Your voice got better as we did more takes to that.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a curve to that
Yep.
voice.
Okay, and what are we gonna name this one?
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, but you know, you could just abbreviate it, Jared or something. Do it.
Okay.
I think that's one of the ones I took a little video of. Great. Let's get your sound first, David. Mhm.
And you got any notes that you took the other day?
I was just reviewing them, and it
great.
was just basically about that that exit of the song.
Okay. Great. I'm glad we did that.
Me too. I think we're messing around with another song while Nick goes and picks up that food.
Yeah.
Or calls in the order stuff.
Yep. So tell Spank to get in his position.
So Billy's saying we should get in position. You up for it?
I didn't mean bend over.
You didn't mean bend over. Just to clarify. It says. There's way too many ways to interpret every possible phrase like that. There's just no. At least if I. Huh? Oh, this is to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Oh, but it's nice and friendly and complimentary, and
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
it's a love song.
It's a love song
Yep.
for all the handsome billionaires.
You want me to print it?
Say again?
Print it for you?
Probably not. I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
Thanks.
And anything you think of me putting like a chorus or something else on the bass just to
Oh yeah.
screw it up, let me know.
Yeah, sure.
We can bring a chorus.
which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why?
Okay. Spank, I hear this is almost a little more tribal. Boom. Ga-doom, choo, boom. Ja-doom, boom, choo. Ga-doom, choo, boom. Ja-ga-doom, choo, boom. Try it a little tribal.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your
I'm not sure the swing works. Let me hear David. David, sing or play how you're playing it, David.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountain of corpses?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me hear that with trying with rack toms. I want to hear more of what the toms you were doing just now.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep.
Okay, great. So let me work on. I like that pattern, Spank. Just play it. I'm going to EQ the toms a certain way and see if it works. So without David or Arcellus, play a little bit that pattern. Okay, now David, while he's doing that, just do an instrumental over that, and let's see how that sounds.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now both these slower.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world,
Slower, slower.
that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne. gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down.
Okay. Do a verse without singing. So, Spank and you can lie down, because as soon as you sing, you guys aren't together. So try just start the verse so we can hear the first line, and then drop out your voice.
Okay.
Right now, 1, 2, 3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners.
David, is that how you normally play it?
No, I'm no. See. I only just wrote the song, so there's no way I normally play it.
Yeah, because that's more reggae, what you were just doing.
What do I normally do? Let's see. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne.
And do you like it that fast?
What's that?
That's quite a bit faster than what we were doing.
Is it? That's. Let's see. I mean, if it seems rushed, I'm.
I think to all
Of the world, all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Huh, it's funny because as soon as Spank went on there, you went into a reggae
I
vibe.
think that's just what it's totally whatever is going on. It's not conscious, but what's that? Is it straightforward? But then when I start singing, is it changes or no? Well, then that works okay. I mean, because it just seems like whatever I normally do is always too much. When it comes to arranging things with drums and bass and other instruments, it seems like it usually makes sense to stop playing as much as I normally would solo, you know. And so I end up doing that kind of thing. But I don't know if it sounds good or not.
Well, it just threw it into a reggae vibe. I mean, if you want a reggae vibe, we could do it.
I don't want to like do a stereotypical kind of reggae vibe, but I think it does have a reggae feel to it because there's 8 beats and I'm emphasizing the
Well, we could have Arcellus come with a
mess around.
Yeah, let's mess around with it. Okay.
All the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all?
Okay. David,
Uh-huh.
let's try just playing the guitar without the vocal and overdubbing the vocal. See what that would sound like.
We could try that, but I wonder about just also trying a version with less going on with the drums. Would that
No, that's a possibility.
just
Okay, let's hear a verse without the drums, just bass and drums, or bass and guitar.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your
heard you playing it alone, I didn't hear all this rhythmically. It's falling apart right now. Just having even just our cellist with you. So let's hear you do it just on a solo right now and see if we can get it. 'Cause I didn't hear any rhythmic problem the other day.
Let's see. Let's see. To all the jazz, I'm just completely doing it differently from how I normally do it. I'm realizing I've.
Okay, why don't we grab it from your
No,
iPad?
now I got it. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own, you look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. So I'm just emphasizing more of the actual downbeats, right? You know, in the way I normally play it. But
Okay, and our cellist, you might dum, ka-dum, dum, ka-dum, dum, ka-dum, dum, dum, dum. So maybe that. Okay, let's just see if we can get David and our cellist together, and then we'll figure out a drum thing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
to all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own, you look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to whom the ceiling is the sky, for you like.
Okay, at the end of each 4 measures, dum, 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 get that our cellist. Yeah, sure. With them.
Cool.
Once again, and a little boom, ka-dum, dum, and sometimes you don't have to go down to the 5 because it's dum, dum, ka-dum, dum, ka-dum, dum, dum, dum. Okay, 2, 1, 2, 3, sing again.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne.
Okay, our cellist try actually hold it. Don't go down to the bottom one the first time. Dum,
Okay.
dum, ka-dum,
Okay.
dum, dum. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne.
Yeah, you need it on the second measure, but the 4th measure you don't.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
When
1,
you're
2,
ready.
3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified.
That's too much each time. Just occasionally
Okay.
hold it,
Okay.
or even hold the. Watch me, and I'll show you where to hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne.
Yeah, that gets it out of the reggae.
Cool.
Okay. So, Spank, I want it somewhere. Dum, 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 ka-dum, ka-dum, dum, 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 ka-dum, ka-dum, dum. You know, not all the time, but more like fills.
Did you? What was that? In the pocket, we said?
Can you get closer to that talkback mic so we can hear you?
Can I play that part with the pocket?
You can try. Just figure out. I just got Arcellus David a little closer, so experiment with things. Okay.
One, two. I'll start out with a little bow. All the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of.
Okay. So that fill that you're doing, instead of da da da, go da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum. Yeah. Fill it out. You stopped it half. You went da 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 instead of da 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 dum. Okay. 1, 2 from the top.
I lost my lyrics, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met?
Okay, so Spank, get a little busier with the toms. So a little more fills, but that kind of thing is cool. Now the one fill that you are doing is you're going da don ka don, and I'd like another eighth note, like da da ka da da, da da ka da da, not da 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 dom, but da da ka da da. So play your pattern. I'll sing along that thing. Play the pattern right now. 1, 2, 3. Right. Good. That sounds pretty cool. David, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try all three again. And the intro, David, how are you doing that?
Maybe. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, like that.
Okay, try Spank when he's going like eight counts. I think you go from
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, something like that, or just even floor tom. Boom, 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 boom. Good up, boom, something like that. Okay, let's try it. I'll give you 4 for nothing, then you do your 8. 1, 2, 3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything
a neat vibe.
This
Now-
could be like maybe like
Got that where I do extra. We're doing.
yeah. I missed it that time.
Oh, okay.
Maybe like in a later verse or something, we could do kind of a breakdown, like take guitar out, and I could just play these double stops.
Cool.
Like,
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
that kind of thing, like just once or twice around.
Yeah, that's cool.
Should we do like an instrumental break somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Or even
That's
just
great.
even just in a verse. Like how many verses are there?
3, 4, 5.
5 verses. So maybe like the third verse or something.
Yeah, after the third verse.
Yeah.
Just-
Or during the third verse.
Yeah, I was just talking about during the verse. Like I could just play double stops and you sing over that same chords. You know.
Sure.
And then you wouldn't play. He wouldn't play guitar.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I love it.
That's really cool.
But it could be.
The other thing is, okay, let's go back before I forget this other idea. Let's do exactly what we were just doing, and Spank, occasionally I want in the middle of that pattern a little toms. And I'll show you where. Okay, so let's just sing and play. Don't worry about the form right now, just kind of get that vibe, because we had a really good vibe going on. Start from the beginning. 1, 2, 3, go.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic hath forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Great. Okay. So, Spank in the verse, the first 2 lines, he has a little space in the middle of it, and I'll show you where that is. So, David, do the first verse again, and just play along. When I go like this, put in like do-do-do, just a couple little toms. Okay. First, David. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own,
Do-do-do-do-do.
you who look at us with such indifference,
Da-da-da.
sitting upon your throne,
Da-da-da-da-da.
which you
See, just those first 2 lines.
and all the most.
Okay, David, hold. Did you hear that? Okay. So, do 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 do. Half one. Do do do. Do 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 do. Full one. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. A half da 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 dum. Do 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 do. Da 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 dum. Then that was his first 2 lines. His third and fourth, you don't do that. I hope that's explaining. Okay, let's try that, David. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money.
Except that one, instead of da-da-ka-dum, it'll be da-da-da. Just a real half one. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ka-da-da. Do-do-do-ka-do-do-do-do. The full one. Da-do-ka-do-do. Okay? Let's try that. 1, 2, 3.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money.
No, that was too many. Da-da-ko. Just a da-do-ko. Just a only 3 notes. No, that's 4. Yep, da-do-ko. Right. That's a short fill and the longer fill. Okay, 1, 2, beginning. 1, 2, 3.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which.
Except, okay, you did all 4 the same. Second and fourth would be da-da-ka-da-da. All of them. Or maybe I didn't hear you. Second, let me turn you up so I can hear you. Say again?
It's not clean.
What do you mean?
It's not clean from transition from tom to hat. That's not clean.
Oh, I see. Okay. I wonder if you can do it with kick or something. Da-doo-ka-do-doo. Da-doo-ka-dum. Da-doo-ka-do-dum. It's the longer one, short. Da-doo-ka-dum.
I can do it with a kick.
Okay, let's try that. Beginning 1, 2, 3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own. You look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent.
Okay, but Spank, I still want the second and fourth one to be longer. Da-da-ka-da-da-dum. Da-do-ka-do-do. The others are da-da, da-da-da-da. And then da-da-da-da-da. Da-da, da-da-da. Oh, shit. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ka-da-da. 3 notes. Da-da-bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ka-da-da-da-da. 5 notes. Da-da-ka-ka-da.
Kushners of the world, all the money that you own. Look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Okay, now let's pretend we're on the third verse, and I want to hear Hughes drop out, David, and Arcellus with the idea that he had.
Yeah, cool.
So what comes just before that verse?
Would you climb any mountains of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep?
Here we go.
All the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that
And then you come back in with your guitar right there.
Yeah.
you fall.
Okay, okay, let's try that again.
Cool. Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep?
Here we go.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall.
Okay, I want a much greater sense of when the guitar comes back in. Okay, and I think at the beginning of that verse, just a little softer spank so we can really hear that bass.
And then, how do you want me to play the double stops? I mean, I can do them like tenths, or I could do just thirds.
I'm really fond of tenths.
You like the tenths? Or I could do it up an octave.
Tense? It's called tense?
Tenths.
Tense?
Like 4 tenths.
Not like sleeping in tents.
No.
Right.
Well, it could be that too.
Maybe that too, yeah. Yeah, so either
I
way.
was just
either
thinking
way.
of all the wastage of signage in every gas station in the world. It says it's 219 and 9/10.
Yeah, why did they do that?
Every sign has to have it for regular, for intermediate, and premium. always adding that 9/10.
Why do they do that? I've never understood.
It's I don't know.
Ever since.
David, you should know the answers to these things.
Just capitalism, I'm sure.
And then they just pocket
You
the
know,
extra.
makes it look a little cheaper.
Right. Ugh.
People look at the number before the .9.
Okay, let's try that one. Go right into that verse right now. Let's try it with just you and Arcellus for the moment. Actually, you could start where you did. Because it might be good just to go into just voice and bass.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what go right before that. Let's try it.
I'll do the guitar part and vocals that come just before that, right?
Yep. And let's wait for Spank because he'll play along that too. And then Spank just lay out for the first part, and I'll cue you back in. Thanks.
Which
We're playing for dinner now.
Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall.
Okay, let's try the upper octave. Try that upper octave.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of like just the thirds.
Go back to where we were.
Okay. Yeah, same.
Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall.
Okay, let's try doing diamonds.
Oh, just
Can't hear you. What was that?
so like not moving with
Are
the
you
chords.
talking to
Yeah.
Marcellus?
Yeah. Kind of-
Okay,
Trying to
let's
think
try it
how-
again. Just trying different things.
Cool.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met?
Now full.
At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get?
Okay, good.
Bad enough that
Okay, I love it with the diamonds. David, if you could figure out how to get your voice with the second half where he's going, because you're not quite hitting the lyrics with it.
Right.
And our food is here.
Yeah. Should we take a little?
Yeah, come on. While it's hot.
Yeah.
Thank you. How's the Pompidou?
Pretty good. Got their seating area barricaded off, so we can't accidentally sneak our way in.
Did they let you in, or did they have the table out front?
They let me in.
Oh, good.
Let's see. Got some bread.
Yeah, I like that cutting the chords in
The
half.
idea is
the first
so
time.
cool, man.
Yeah, and
Great.
slowing the movement down the first time through.
That's cool. Like you.
Love it.
Chicken
Yeah, it's pretty
sandwich.
This is
That
gonna
was
be a cool song.
Really good.
chicken
How many songs
sandwich.
do we
Chicken
have
sandwich.
altogether?
12 altogether?
12, okay.
I figured
So
average of
just
4
freeze the
per
first
day.
day.
What's that?
Freeze the first day because it's set up and
Right on.
the rest we get.
Sounds like a great plan.
Let's see here. We've got some soups as well.
Right. Mmm.
Don't know what that is.
Halibut sandwich.
Maybe just be our
One
salad.
salad.
I think it was probably all the same except for your spinach.
Okay. Like a Caesar style, half salad style. Looks like
That
fish
looks
to
like
me.
you, yeah.
avocado. Let's see. It's David's.
Supposed to be soup.
Alright.
Did you get the right salad?
I think so. Yeah, it looks like spinach salad to me.
What kind of soup this is?
I think it's like a tomato bisque.
Yeah. I was going to say it's sort of a biscuit. You've eaten there before, haven't you, Marcellus?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always gotten pasta though. I never got a sandwich. So we'll see.
What sandwich did you get today?
Just the chicken sandwich, it's like chicken with bacon, some like cheddar cheese, tomatoes, lettuce.
Here's fries. And there's bread for everyone. And caprese.
Cool.
There's bread and caprese.
You catch the Blazers last night at all? Man, they look really good. This first preseason
Preseason?
game.
Preseason?
Preseason game. Yeah, last night was the first one.
Who'd they play?
Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And Sacramento did not look very good.
They ain't looked
Well,
good in years.
I'm shocked to hear that.
They ain't looked
The
great in
Blazers are
years.
pretty loaded up right
They
now.
are now.
After Jason Williams and Weber left, they were.
They look. I mean, they look sharp. Defense was like tight,
Mhm.
and they were without Nurkic, Hood, Collins. or a
They
bunch of
didn't
guys
have
out.
Nurkic or Collins?
Mm-mm. Nurkic. I think Nurkic's going to play the next game,
Mm-hmm.
and then Collins is something with his ankle now. Like
Mm.
rolled his ankle. I think it was just a sprain maybe, but.
Mm.
And then Hood was just some minor thing. He's ready.
But there's so much depth now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we always got people with no legs and no feet, so we have to have depth.
The knee curse, man.
Yeah, the feet curse too.
And other than
Bill
Simons,
Walton
they're
started
all
it, drafted him. No feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, they look really good. I mean, on paper, it's a hell of a team this year. They made like 11 3-pointers
Mm.
before they missed one. They hit all the 3-pointers.
Mm-hmm. And they actually picked up a couple wings that can defend.
They picked up things they needed. Yeah.
Somebody else got a soup?
I don't know. Spank, no, you didn't get soup, did you?
Did anybody else get a soup? There's another soup here.
I got soup. Anyone else for soup?
Is there extra soup?
I got
Extra
soup.
soup.
Or is yours if you want, David.
Or Nick?
I think you got one, right? That should be yours.
You probably
Would it
would've
come
had
with
you
this?
in, "Well, what,
I
that's
think I think so.
Oh, that's fine too.
Could be.
It's tasty. Thanks, David.
Mm-hmm.
This
Well, I
is
never had
nice.
their halibut sandwich. This is great.
Oh, man.
Salmon ain't too bad either.
Mm.
Halibut has to be the best seafood. Unfortunately, it's expensive.
I'd have to go with tuna. I think.
Yeah.
Mussels for me. That's my favorite seafood.
Mussels?
Mussels.
Mm.
And they do a great mussels appetizer
Oh, nice.
there.
You ever just go down to the beach and just collect them and
No, I
boil
haven't.
them?
I've had them out at the coast, so I've never done it myself.
I think it's like $8 or something for a like a license to do that, and you can get
Awesome.
a lot.
Yeah.
And
Go to Pacific City, you could pick up dozens and
Just pick
dozens.
them up.
Mhm.
Awesome.
you just boil them for a few minutes with like lemon and whatever else, and
Yeah.
get hammered and eat
Totally.
mussels.
Yeah.
So the town of Muscle Shoals probably was named after mussels. After, I don't know, any idea? Was that a recording studio?
No, I thought it was the muscular session players.
Yeah, that's spelled like
And what's shoals? I have
mussels.
no idea.
shoals are like a
Formation?
shallow. Yeah, they're like a shallow
Like a sandbar.
wetland. Yeah, part of a. I think they're part of. I think they're freshwater, part of a lake or a river.
Anybody watch that documentary about that place? I
I was
haven't watched
hearing a
it yet.
BBC radio documentary about the sort of accidental, lucky discovery of a massive trove of old recordings that were just about to get thrown out with a
Oh, wow.
house that was like
Oh, wow.
closed on. And, yeah,
From there.
from the Muscle Shoals
Muscle Shoals, oh,
recording
wow.
studio, all kinds of stuff
Yeah.
that was
I mean, all kinds of
previously.
people recorded there.
All
Paul
kinds
Simon
of
and
people.
Rolling Stones and all kinds of good soul music.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the Swampers.
I have a friend who moved there. To, it's I'm trying to remember the name of the town.
What?
A friend moved from here in Portland to Alabama.
To the coast of
There is
Alabama?
no. It's not on the coast. It's inland, I think.
Mhm.
It's
Is it?
like Muscle Shoals. I think is like a neighborhood or something, and then it's a part of a larger town.
Mm-hmm.
I try to remember the name of the town.
Only one no farther enough down there is Tuscaloosa.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, but she was dating this guy who's a record producer, was living in Nashville, and then he moved to Muscle Shoals, and she
Mm.
really well.
Is that place like? Is that studio and therefore that region still like a hot recording area, or?
I mean, I don't think it's
Mm.
like Nashville or anything like
Yeah.
that. It just has that legacy, you
Mhm.
know. And yeah, there's a few people that are keeping it alive. Which
Mhm.
I mean, there's been stuff out of there recently, like Mavis Staples put out a new record like 2 or 3 years ago. It was recorded at the original Muscle Shoals studio. Which I don't know who owns it now.
Cheaper to live there, I expect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because your house is going to get flooded away every year.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the time, it's mosquitoes. And the entire east of the Mississippi, I mean, having grown up there,
Oh yeah,
it's all cursed with mosquitoes,
Oh, yeah.
basically from Florida to Maine, you know.
Sheffield. That's the town.
Mm.
Sheffield. And Muscle Shoals is like part of that. So it's on the Tennessee River, North Alabama. So pretty far inland, just south of Tennessee.
That's way the hell up there.
Pretty close to Atlanta. Closer to Atlanta than I thought.
Marcellus, I forgot to ask you what you thought of Ed's album.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I think
I
it
thought
sounds. I mean, his voice in particular, I think
I
sounds
know.
incredible. Just the way you treated it. It's so like
It's like
warm, but it's got a little edge to it. It's perfect.
for a first album,
Mm-hmm.
it's like blows my mind.
Such great little songs, you know. I
Mm-hmm.
just love them.
Well, now he can properly copyright them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I printed them all out and mailed them to him.
Mm-hmm. He's taking forever to duplicate it.
Oh yeah. Have you heard anything more from Adam Carpinelli? Those sessions that we did.
Yeah. did a session with David.
Oh, nice.
I have no idea what's next with that project.
And then Mick, whatever his name is,
Mike,
Mike, what's Crenshaw came.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was a little uncomfortable with that, just with Adam's drumming, and
Oh, I know.
he expected a lot more from me than I was prepared to
Well, I
create.
thought,
You know?
well, he has these raw ideas, and they were not simple ideas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And but it seems like he's willing to do, because he just booked a session. I just charged him as pre-production
Mm-hmm.
sessions, not full sessions.
Right.
And he can live with what's happening,
Okay.
the ideas. So.
I just feel like he needs to have a different drummer in, you know.
Yeah.
Well, the guy who was playing keyboard, I'm trying to remember his name. The guy who was playing keys, he's a great drummer.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was pretty
Yeah,
good.
especially on hand percussion too,
Mhm.
but drum set as well.
Yeah, he had two other sessions, one with David, and who else was there? Do you remember David?
Mike,
Just Mike and you and,
Mhm.
yeah,
and then
Adam.
the other time it was with.
Then we had another one with Adam and the
Mhm.
keyboard player
Mm-hmm.
that you weren't here, I think,
Right.
or can't remember,
Yeah.
who knows.
And then another one I was here, with the keyboard player.
And he says he's coming near the end of the year, or, yeah,
I don't know. It's not my project, oddly enough.
no, and he's just listening to different demos we think and getting sort of an idea. It's helping him get a concept of what where he wants to go.
Right.
So I think it served his purpose fine for him.
That's good.
So several of those he had you playing, the keyboard player, you and him on guitar,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody playing drums, or huh?
Something like that. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks for getting that food, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Compressor, if you want some.
The compressor's like the best part, I think.
What?
The compressor is the best part, I think.
Marcellus, I don't think you've got any compressor. Here it is. The balsamic vinegar and the bread.
Nice. I do actually. Yeah.
Oh.
I got that over here.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get this thing? This. Yeah, it's good. It's bread and David, did you get?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Bread on top of bread.
No. The garbage can all go on this side.
Okay.
Ungulate, the hoofed animal.
For when your car breaks down, you have to ungulate your way to wherever you're going.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hit the spot.
Mhm.
Except for that.
Add this to the community bread pile. I'm gonna eat this salad though. Let's save that salad for a little while.
What I'm going to do here is before I do the consolidation, I'll save the whole big thing and the backup,
Back the whole thing up.
and then I'll make another backup of just the. So call this the consolidated sessions. And then after I finish all the stuff I do, I can just back up those. But in case we want to later, now I can take this one and back it up here, where I also have this one and lied. Okay, second. Oh wait, done there.
I'll make sure to give David his change. Change.
Oh, there's change? Good.
So this is the consolidated session is yeah, 700.
Marcellus, are you getting much work during the pandemic?
Yeah. It slowed way down for a couple months there. I think everybody was
Yeah.
a little spooks. Like, are we all
714
gonna be broke
megabytes as opposed
in a
to
month? But
it's probably
it's picked back
getting
up
more,
since
almost
beginning of the
6.
summer.
Not performing, but recording, yeah?
No performing. Like,
No performing.
I mean, I've had
This one
like
was
Online, anything?
a half a dozen maybe little
Online
live stream
gigs?
things. Yeah. I mean like transcription work, which is usually my kind of my bread and butter, day job.
yeah 6 gigs.
That
There's
slowed
enough
way
of that?
Five and a
down.
quarter.
What's that?
There's enough transcription work?
Yeah. Before the pandemic, I was usually working around 25, 30 hours a week, billable hours doing that, which was plenty full time for me, and other music stuff on top of it. It slowed way down for a couple months, and then it's been gradually picking back up. And I'd say I'm back to like 80% of where I was now,
Wow.
which I'm like super grateful for,
Great.
And then there's been a little more recording work than usual, I think, mostly remote for me, and mostly recording at home.
Mhm.
Although I've had a few studio sessions, a few
Mhm.
things here and a few things other places.
Remote people send tracks and you just play on them.
Yep.
Laying down.
Generally, they just send me an MP3 with no bass, and I just drop that into Logic and do a couple bass tracks along
You
with
have
it.
your amps and everything.
Yeah.
Cool. Great.
Yeah. I mean, electric bass. It's like
Yep.
the easiest thing to record, you know.
What sort of a setup do you use to record your amp?
So I've been doing. So I usually take an amp and DI. The amp I've got an SB12, an Ampeg SB12,
Mhm.
which is kind of the miniature B15.
Uh-huh.
And I'll use usually what I do is I blend like kind of the mid and high range of that with the low end of the DI. So lately I've been micing that real close with SM7, with the roll off, with the low end roll off and the presence bump, you know, so it's real guitar kind of sound, and then a real clean, you know, big bottom DI sound. Blend those two together and kind of find the sweet spot. And, yeah, sounds nice. At least I hope that's what they do. I mean, I send them the 2 tracks with the idea you know, 70% DI, 30%.
That's the kind of flavor I like to go for
Yeah.
usually.
So I hope that's how they mix it. That's my intention. anyway.
Whereas you're using an SM7, like I like to use like a 421 because it's got the same kind of roll off.
Right. Same kind of.
And then you
kind of
just
bump.
stick it right up against it and then
Yeah.
blend it with something else for the
I
beat.
just, I just don't have a lot of mics, so that's what I've got. And then I have like a Rode NT2 large diaphragm that sounds really nice to me for like upright. And,
Nick Angelo has a limited edition Fire 69. You put that on any bass cabinet and it's God. It's just really good.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so for the DI, I've got a U5, Avalon U5,
Right.
and then that goes in. I usually take that into I've got a Neve. I've got like a 500 series rack with a couple of Neve
Great.
511 preamps.
Cool.
So I really love the Silk
Yeah.
circuit.
Oh,
on there, which
they're
I don't
the-
even really know what that does.
They're the
but-
white ones,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I turn the Silk on and crank it all the way up, and it gives this really nice kind of air to it.
Cool.
So those two blended together, tiny bit of compression going in, and then
Great.
sounds great to me.
David, let's do it.
Jared, shall we?
Is Spank there?
Right here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
No me. I come back on time.
Yeah, with that tom pattern and what you're doing, it is sounding unusual, which I like.
Yeah, totally.
I like something that has.
A little unique.
Wait till you hear this, Nick. It's pretty cool.
Man, after that spaghetti, that beer sounds really good.
Does sound good.
Did you get some beer?
No, I didn't. Should I have?
Yeah, I
Oh, I thought that was a joke.
don't know.
Well, there's some in the fridge.
There is?
Mhm.
Oh, well, after this track, we'll see if we'll give some to Spank.
Keep them going.
Okay. Are we all here?
Yeah.
Can I play a little bit, David?
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own. You look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut.
Hey, David, you're just slightly rushing, especially on the third line. Just be nice
Well,
and don't shout it out too much. That is iron Okay, let's get that groove back going between the drums and the bass and you. Okay, just try it a little bit.
All the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own. For you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you
Wait, want to get these fills?
Mhm.
Want to get these fills with you? Yes, we want that somewhere in the song. That little drum solo. Huh. All right. All right. Okay, let's try it from the top. 1, 2, 3, go.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge.
Okay, that's the line where you're yelling and you're getting too fast.
Right.
Keep irony going, not volume.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's give a track of this and then we'll refine it from there. Do one take. Stand by. We're rolling.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall. Just how top heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you vision a neat row of moving trucks, tenants all packed up to leave their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve? To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the bloodstains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Okay, I lost one of your microphones, David. This big one. Tap the big one.
The one next.
By your right hand.
Yep, I'm tapping it.
I'll go check the connection.
Should I check the connection?
Wait.
Yeah, we'll try it.
I don't know if, can you guys hear me?
They can hear you in a second.
Okay.
I just turned off phantom power.
Oh.
Looks okay over there.
Marcellus, I'm finding just all the way through. Do you have any low octaves? What are the first two notes?
It's in E flat. So it's it starts on C minor, A flat, E flat, A flat.
Wondering if we could lower the low string to E flat.
To E flat. Yeah. Have to do my my best transposition. Yeah. Try.
See what it would do.
I've never been very good at drop tuning.
That sounds cool. Hey David, let's see if we have your sound.
Probably be less likely to screw it up if I take the whole thing down. A half step.
Why would that all of a sudden disappear? Excuse me. Got it. it needs some variation, so it's
Yeah.
not just
Yeah.
all the way. So little fills, little passing notes, all kinds of ways to unscrew it. Spank, if you could play yours, because my levels for you are just way too hot. So just play your part if you could. And Arcellus, there's a couple notes. Your second note. Thank you, Spank. Got it. Your second note. Let me get a EQ on here. Play your second note. Yeah. I'm getting quite a bit. Just a second here. Give me an ET.
Trying to get rid of that fifth.
Just a second. Second note. That I'm getting much better. See, what I was getting is this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
I need it
Yeah.
there.
Mhm.
Okay, that's better.
Cool.
Okay, David and Arcellus.
Mhm.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the money that you own, you will look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne. From which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy.
Great. Now let's do it with Spank, and I think we're there to do a track tape. Actually, let's just record one. Here we go, gentlemen. We're rolling.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom just how fucked you can make things get. Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall. Just how top heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a neat row of moving trucks, tenants all packed up to leave their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve? To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Okay, I give it a solid B. We're gonna get it
Yeah.
up to an A.
Yeah.
Let's work on the, I think the verse with the bass and vocal should be the next one around.
Next one, yeah.
Fourth time.
Yeah, it came too
Yeah.
soon.
Kind of agree. Yeah.
Cool.
So whatever.
So the fourth.
Fourth. Yeah.
That's the fourth verse. Okay, let's go at the end of the third verse, and let's go into that and get it so it's tight with the drums and Arcellus and everything. Okay,
Just that fourth verse. Try that.
just before it, so middle of the third verse.
Just how heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are in force and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a Negro?
Okay, so the moratorium expires 2, 3, go boom. I want a good
Yeah.
solid fill into there.
Could we actually add, you know how we got that extra bar at the end of every verse? You know, there's those extra beats at the end of every verse before we go back to the one chord.
I wonder if we might do the bass part we're talking about at the last full verse, because the words just work really well, I think, for that, and it would be cool.
Okay, let's try that.
I was just gonna say, those extra beats that we add at
Yeah.
the end of every verse. Could we do the same thing at the end of the little bass chord thing before the band comes in? So we're just adding an extra bar there.
Oh, that would be another way to do it. That would make it work in a
Yeah.
cool way.
Yeah, I think we'd be able to get back in as a band a lot better with those extra couple
Okay,
beats.
well, we're gonna go right to the outro if it's the last verse he wants to do this with,
Yeah.
correct?
Well, yeah. Or if we do what Arcellus is talking about, then it would work more easier with the other verse, which is wordier. But
Okay, well,
This
let's,
is happening halfway through that verse.
what?
This is halfway through that verse.
right, yeah. But let's try it on the last verse anyway, and see what that's like.
Okay,
Yeah. Let's at least rehearse it. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, here we go.
Their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the bloodstains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it
Cool. got my Spank solo.
There,
All right.
finally got a place.
Got my fix. Okay, so that was really good. There's one note, Arcellus, I would hold as a diamond over there. I think it was halfway through, but that's something we could punch later.
On the the chordal part.
Breakdown, yeah.
Uh,
Let's do the same thing again, just to solidify, and I'll point to it. Okay, here we go.
Thanks for saying something.
yeah.
What? Okay, wait.
In the fourth,
Spank, we got you.
in the fourth verse, so I was thinking of, yeah, the like coming, like at the end, midway point, doing that extra, thing, or,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, and then, but,
Well, you just did.
yeah, like we just did it, right? Except let's do it in the last, the fifth, verse is where we would do that with the bass thing and then coming
Yeah.
in like that, yeah.
Yeah, so those extra beats, Spank, it's in the breakdown verse.
Yeah. That's basically what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
So we got a couple of extra counts then.
do
All
that,
right.
yeah, like you just did, yeah, exactly, or somehow that seemed to work, everybody seemed to be doing the same thing, at least as far as I,
Right.
yeah.
So let's take the verse, the middle of the verse before the breakdown verse.
Okay. Do you envision U-Haul trucks, tents all packed up to leave? Their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good?
Great,
What's
very
your
good.
favorite?
Okay, limousine is the line that I want you to hold.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Limousine.
Oh, okay. I think I know where that is.
Do that one more time, just for Arcellus. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Envision a Negro of U-Haul trucks, tenants all packed up to leave. Their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Great. Now, the only other thing is that you're speeding up near the end, David.
Okay, I'll try to not do that.
Especially after the breakdown.
Right.
You're really, and the outro.
Right. I'll try to follow
Okay.
other people who are actually in time, like everybody else.
All right. So, I really want you to be talking to these Jared Kushners of the world here.
Right. Not
Okay.
shouting, but actually communicate. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Very good plan.
All right, so stand by. Here we go, gentlemen. Rolling.
One, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference.
Either Arcellus or you, David, missed the
What's
chord.
That was
What?
That was me.
Okay.
I'm thinking about doing a couple holds there in the first verse.
Okay.
I did it wrong though.
I'm totally open to that. Let me see if I have any other reds. Near bottom. That's the only. Okay.
Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall. Just how top-heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a neat row of moving trucks, tenants all packed up to leave their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Oh, it's pretty good. That fill was really nice.
Great fill. My only complaint is it just feels like it's rushy. I don't know what it is, but it just feels not relaxed. And I feel it could be have a lot more power if it wasn't moving forward so much.
Mm-hmm.
You just really try to lay back. I mean, I wasn't really thinking of it that way.
Why don't you listen to it? Because I feel it just should be way laid back, almost behind the beat. That, you know, it just.
Right.
Why don't you listen though? Because it's very close. And, I mean, at the end of that, Nick next to me just said, "Oh, that's a pretty good take." So let's listen.
Let's see.
Or if we could have less urgency about it,
Right.
I think the words would have more power.
To all,
I like that intro pickup beat too.
The intro's great.
That fill at the end was super clean.
to all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you
Now, David, I'm going to listen to you alone. I'm hearing the guitar only a dong, bong, bong, then it almost disappears. Let's listen a little bit of you, just you and the guitar.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look.
See, all we're hearing, dun, dun, dun. I love the boom, boom, gun, 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 dun, gun, gun, chum, chum, chum. I want those.
Metallica chords.
Right, more of those on the downbeats, right? On the down, like.
Yeah, let's try it on your own right now.
Got it, sure.
Slower. Are you muting them a lot? Are you muting the strings a lot?
Yeah, that's just part of the percussive thing, you know. But I'm hitting hard.
That's better.
Less muting.
That's better.
That's better.
I think so.
Cool.
Let's hear with everybody. But try it slower. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference.
More guitar.
What's that? More guitar?
More guitar. Except the dun, dun, dun. We're hearing that fun.
Learn from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic has forced us to shut
Getting off the guitar might have been a
everything
subconscious
down.
thing when you were telling us
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, from the ceiling is the sky.
Okay, now let's not equate going louder with the guitar with speed.
Gotcha. Right.
Okay? So what I'd like to do right now, just to practice, I want you to take it way slower than it's going to be. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic had forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy, inherited from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountains of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Okay, so now let's find the tempo that we were going before, and we'll go not quite as fast.
Yeah, just.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
So there's your speed. Okay, let me get you a new playlist, and let's try it. Rolling.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic from birth. Why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge. It's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountains of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall. Just how top heavy can an icon be before he can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a neat row of moving trucks, tenants all packed up to leave? Their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Still sped up considerably. I mean, here was the initial.
That you own, you who look at us with such indifference.
And here's the end.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world,
Quite a bit.
It's a lot, yeah.
Arcellus, I want to just hear this for a second here. Give a long note on every third note at the outro.
Okay.
So let's, I'll just punch you.
It's kind of the same way I was doing the first verse.
I think so. Let me find it.
to all the his guillotine, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners of the world, to all the Jared Kushners.
Oh shit. One more time for me.
His guillotine, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
So I want you to go after that long note. Has to be louder.
His guillotine, to all the Jared Kushners of the world.
That note has to be louder. I wonder why it's. Look at how loud it was here.
I've been having trouble with this lately. It might be my.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Oh, you hit the low note earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So hit. I mean, I can do it like that, just with editing. I'm not sure we're keeping this track. But see, I like this.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Okay. So you want that low note twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's still pretty cool, I think.
Okay, David. Let me get you back on.
But should I punch that, or you want to just
What?
just do it in the next
Well,
take?
I'm not sure this is the
Okay.
take.
Gotcha.
What do you think, David?
I mean, try it again. See if I can get into the slower groove without speeding everybody up.
Okay. give it a try. Hang on. I'm gonna get the all group.
I kind of feel like it was coming out of the little breakdown where we really sped up a lot. I know my little fill at the end of that, I definitely rushed it, and then I think I kind of like gave everybody else a little goose and
Okay.
took off from there.
Yeah, actually, let's just practice right now the last verse. Start
To the
just
end.
before that, last verse, and then going through the end.
Cool.
Just to get the tempo a little steadier. Okay.
Do you envision a neat row of what we were just doing? I counted off. Would you?
Just go somewhere in that verse before the last verse.
I'm just trying not to rush in the first place. Do you envision a neat row of moving trucks? Tenants all packed up to leave their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries, where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine.
Hold it back.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the Jared Kushners of the world, all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do that all the way through the last verse, holding that one note, or just in the outro?
The outro, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you mean in the verse?
So it's like after the little breakdown, we have 2 more times through the verse.
No, I think.
Play all the chords.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Normally it did. Let me hear. No, I think we're fine. Let's just do that tempo at the beginning and go all the way through, and we're going to be really good. Okay?
Sounds good.
So we're rolling.
Will you count us off?
Okay, let me start again. Anytime.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic had forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy, inherited from.
Okay, Spank, I'm missing some of those fills. I'm missing some of those. Okay, here we go. We're rolling.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from
Okay, chord was missing. Okay, we'll get it. Rolling.
1, 2, 3. To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from
Jared Kushners of the world. To all the Jared Kushners of the world. To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
It's starting to behave.
It's starting to be, that was my impression.
Okay, this time, Spank, I want you to be a little looser. You can mess around with a hi-hat a little bit, you know, just make it your own. Bring your artistry to it, because now it sounds like you're following what Billy Oskey says. And that can fuck it up good. Okay, and David, try to concentrate on getting more of the open sound of the guitar, because I'm still hearing nothing but boom, gong, gong, and then all of a sudden I'm not hearing anything.
Right.
And I think it'd be easier for everybody to groove on with you if you were grooving with that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm ready to do, hopefully, our take. Okay. Rolling.
Okay.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth, why would you ever ask why?
Sounds great, David, except you're speeding up all the time. Get. Lay back on it. Even though it's louder, it shouldn't be faster.
Right.
Okay, it started out fabulous. So let's do that. Here you go. Rolling.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own. You who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky. For you life comes so easy, inherited from birth, why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge, it's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall. Just how top heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a Negro U-Haul trucks, tenants all packed up to leave? Their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene?
usually the first or second take is the best, but this one actually is the best.
I think so too.
Even though it was like our fifth take, it's pretty good. Your fill wasn't quite as good, Spank. Let's hear that.
In your limousine, ignoring all the bloodstains. Have you seen this movie?
You want to try it again? The fill? Turn Spank on so I can hear. Yeah, we'll give you a try at it. Can't hurt anything. A second. Okay, here you go, Spank.
And all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the bloodstains. Have you seen this movie before? What?
I think that was better. Let's listen.
Have you seen this movie? Have you seen?
Let me find where I want to end this thing. Just a second here. This should be good. Let's listen.
Bloodstains. Have you seen this movie?
Something's wrong.
That kick hit at the end is a little weird. It's like late or something.
Yeah, the kick's not quite hitting. Well, let's hear what David.
Have you seen this movie? Have you seen this?
Don't do that because I can't hear.
Have you seen this movie?
It works for me.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's cool.
Okay.
Got a little feel to it, you know? A little taste.
Let me just get this in here.
So two things. My last note, there's a little
Second.
rattle, so I don't know if that bugs you. I could just record that last note.
I'll get it just a sec.
Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's
So your last note you said?
Well, just listen to it. There's a rattle from my open
Listen.
string.
the world? To all the Jared Kushners.
That's the second one. First one's okay. The second one, I don't know if you want that in there.
That note. Oh, just
That's the second one. Yeah.
which one? Point.
So it's just the last note. So keep going.
Okay.
That, I don't know if you want to get rid of that or not.
Yeah, let's just do the last note.
Okay.
Gonna do the last note for bass. Hang on.
The world. To all the Jared Kushners of the world.
Okay, David, listen to the whole thing. I think we're there. If there's anything you need to fix in terms of your vocal or anything, this would be the time. Come on in if you want.
And I kind of want a second try at that breakdown too.
Oh, okay.
Gonna want to move in a different
That's
place in
easy.
one spot.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference,
Yeah.
sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns. Regard
Room for elderly musicians to take naps in.
What?
Need a room for the elderly musicians to take naps in. You know? This is like
I know. This is kind of an unusual drum pattern. It's kind of
I
cool.
love it.
Yeah, I'll be interested what your Irish does over that. Put some wailing bagpipes and shit over it.
Yeah, potential.
It's got a little bit of like a march feel to it, kind of.
Yeah, almost.
A little bit of a shuffle.
Yeah.
to all the Jared Kushners of the world, and all the money that you own, you who look at us with such indifference, sitting upon your throne, from which you collect all the rent from your subjects in all the most gentrified towns, regardless of whether a global pandemic have forced us to shut everything down. To all the Jared Kushners of the world, for whom the ceiling is the sky, for you life comes so easy, inherited from birth, why would you ever ask why? Do you think you earned it all? It's up to you how much you charge, it's all yours to keep. Would you climb any mountain of corpses, no matter how slippery, no matter how steep? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, is your appetite ever met? At what point do you ever wonder just how fucked you can make things get? Before it's bad enough that even you and your investors can see the whole thing's gonna fall. Just how top-heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a Negro U-Haul trucks, tenants all packed up to leave their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods?
What was happening with the hi-hat there? That sounds a little off.
How do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a Negro U-Haul trucks, tenants all packed up to leave?
Where that hi-hat's not matching up with David right there.
No?
Ain't supposed to.
All things gonna fall. Just how top-heavy can an icon be before it can't stand up at all? To all the Jared Kushners of the world, how do you expect things will transpire when all your filings are enforced and the moratorium expires? Do you envision a Negro U-Haul trucks, tenants all packed up to leave their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries where they used to go to grieve? To all the
So what do you think, David, of
I
that?
like that stuff, and I mean it's a very wordy verse, and probably no matter what he does, it'll be kind of weird, but
Okay.
because it's
Because you got really busy with it and it's not quite with you at all.
I like it. I mean,
Okay, that's fine.
I know what you mean. If it's too busy and it's not worth it,
It's-
to me, that
It sounds good because when U-Haul trucks, it's like
Yeah,
U-Haul
exactly.
trucks. Da-da-da-da-da, right
Yeah,
back
I
in there.
exactly. You can kind of hear them.
There'd
Yeah.
be something else in there that like kind of reacts
It
to
was
it.
a perfect match with
Right.
U-Haul trucks.
Yeah,
Right,
it'd be really
yeah.
cool.
So,
The U-Haul trucks.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those.
I'll say hi-hat is busy. Is busy here. Feature it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Do something cool with it.
Okay, Arcellus wants to replace this part, but we'll play it anyway and then play it at the end.
Degree to all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine.
Does guillotine sound like guillotine?
Yeah, I messed up guillotine.
Okay, we gotta fix it.
Yeah.
And the king meets his guillotine.
Lilitine.
I totally messed that up.
Sound like a
So
flower. that
David,
cut
get
off
in
your
there
head.
and let's fix that.
Flower.
Is the rest of it okay, David?
Yes, I love the rest of it.
Okay. So you're gonna have to be playing the guitar and singing
Right.
for this punch. And I'll get your thing after.
Blindfold and the king. Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine.
Yep. Like a lavender flower that'll hack off your head.
Mine's when they take.
Where do you want to start, David?
Let's see.
Just that verse? Halfway through the verse? Where the
Yeah.
band comes back in?
Yeah.
Okay. Just sing along and I'll just grab the guillotine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Sing and play along.
Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners.
Good. Let me now get a tighter punch place.
Guillotine, the blindfold, and the king meets his guillotine. Then the king meets his guillotine.
I thought the punch in sounded pretty good there where you had it.
Oh.
I didn't hear the punch at all.
Blindfold, and the king meets his guillotine.
The only thing is the guillotine doesn't fit with the. Let me hear the track without you for a second.
Blindfold.
Need to do it again because your guillotine wasn't hitting with the snare.
Right.
Okay, here we go again.
Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine. To all the Jared.
Let me listen without you.
The blindfold.
What's the, and the king meets his
Yeah.
what?
And the king meets his guillotine.
Okay, the king meets his guillotine. If you had a little space, like let me see if I can see.
Okay.
And the king meets his guillotine. So just
Okay.
say it with it.
And the king meets his guillotine.
You got to figure out how it goes with that. Just say it right now instead of playing it. Okay.
Seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine.
Yeah. See how it have a little space there.
Right.
Okay. Now sing it and play it and make that work.
Yep.
Okay. Here you go.
Have Have you seen this movie before? Was it good? What's your favorite scene? Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine.
Nice.
That's good. Okay, let me just tighten it up here.
Cool. Mine's when they take off the blindfold and the king meets his guillotine.
See how I come out.
Teen. Guillotine. To all the Jared Kushners of
Good. Okay, now we'll just fix Mr. Ourselves.
Can you leave my original playing?
Yeah.
Might help me stay more in time.
What?
Might help me stay more in time.
So what do you want to do?
If I can hear my original track while I...
Do the overdub?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me add a new track. Like. So it may load up and distort because I have both of them coming out the same place. but
Yeah.
that-
Yeah, I know it'll sound weird, but I just want to make sure I'm in time.
their homes, your businesses, their neighborhoods, their cemeteries where they used to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this?
Blood stains. Let's find out how that will fit.
Ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen it?
Yeah, perfect. So here's with it without the other track.
To all the to go to grieve. To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains. You who sit comfortably in your limousine, ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie?
Let me hear the first note you did on the other one.
Yeah, if you can keep that one and then go from there, that's probably better.
Yeah. So the second note is what will go in. Now we will duplicate those up to here. Alright. And
Does that just overwrite it when you drop it in there? It deletes the old one, and
I believe so.
Logic doesn't do that. If you drop a new audio file on top of an old one, like if I do that exact same thing and then drop the new one in,
Wait a second.
it keeps playing the old one. It plays them both.
Plays them
If I
both.
go in and delete the old one, which is really weird because then I have to find like where to delete. You know, I have to like put the new one in place and like mark it and then take it out, delete the old one, and then put the new one back.
You can't generate a selection based on the piece that you recorded,
Yeah,
and then
yeah, you can totally, but you should be able to just drop it in and overwrite it. I think, right? I mean, it seems like it should work that way, right? Seems
I
logical.
think if this goes,
my guess would be there's
wait.
probably a setting somewhere that you can tell it what kind of behavior you want
Probably right.
for dropping things onto other things.
Yeah. Or like, you know, leave the old one
Oh,
there.
it's interesting because
But
this
only play
one.
the new one.
Wait a second. That's weird.
What are you seeing?
Just a second. Undo clear. Undo clear. Undo clip slide. Undo trim clip. Undo clear. Undo record. Okay, so there's the record that I did. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, oh, okay. So this is called overdub. And I'm going to take out the first note. Right? And I want to just put this over here. And it is. It's the overdub.
Hmm.
Yeah. So when I brought it up there, the overdub came up. Yeah, I didn't have to erase anything.
Now,
Yeah.
if you were, oh, okay, so it doesn't select underneath it.
What?
I was just wondering if now, yeah, okay, so it creates a break there. Okay.
See, that's what I would expect, right? Damn it. That's how I would expect it to work. It's just
Yeah.
like that.
Well, there could be a preference somewhere.
Yeah, you're probably right.
To all the Jared Kushners of the world and all your ill-begotten gains, you who sit comfortably in your limousine ignoring all the blood stains. Have you seen this movie before? Was it?
Great.
Seems cool to me.
Okay, so we have to do some consolidation here. So first of all, before I erase any, I don't think I need any of those other takes, do I?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, okay. So what I do is first delete unused.
Maybe grab your all group and then duplicate your playlist first,
Oh yeah.
and then rename everything, and then maybe get rid of the unused stuff afterwards.
Yep. Okay.
Although that makes me wonder, if you did that, would it get rid of? Yeah, it would. Yeah, okay. That's what we did last time. Yeah. Yeah.
Now before I made the new playlist, I got rid of everything else.
Before you made the new playlist, I guess it wouldn't matter because if you, for
Yep.
instance, if you consolidate everything now
Yep.
and then got rid of everything, it would also get rid of this, which is you wouldn't want.
To get rid of.
No, you wouldn't want it anymore after that, or you wouldn't need it.
Right.
So I guess it doesn't matter which one you do first because it's going to end up
I'd
the same.
say the main thing is just to back up the whole fucking thing that I have right now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It takes a lot of hard drive, but I think it's the
Let's
safest
save this for sure.
safest thing to do. Present work.
I like your jogging shirt. That's pretty random.
I run a lot, and it's like a pet peeve of runners is when people call it jogging. You know, oh, did you go for a jog? Like, fuck, no, I went for a run. What are you talking about? So it's like a joke.
It's just sort of really non sequitur sort of t-shirt.
Yeah.
Ace Reaper at home, and it has a similarly irritating editing behavior where you drop things onto other things and it doesn't like wipe out what's behind it,
Yeah.
and it's even more annoying because it also won't create fades properly unless you delete what's back there.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You couldn't crossfade them if you left the old one in place.
Yeah, it will, but it just doesn't look the way that all the other ones
It
do.
should,
So
yeah.
it looks weird. Yeah.
Yeah, Logic has some weird behaviors. I mean, I love it, but there's certain things that are just like, why would you do it that way? Like a stereo track, by default, the panning is not like true stereo panning, but it's like stereo balance. So it takes like the whole.
Does it have two knobs?
No, it's just one pan knob, but you can switch between the behavior.
Okay.
So like, if by default you have a stereo track and you try to pan it, it like, when you touch the pan knob, it immediately like bumps the stereo field all the way hard left and right, and then will like if you pan it left, and then it like leaves the left channel and starts moving the right over. It's like not a true pan.
Oh,
What is
weird.
this?
Logic. It's just the
Oh.
way certain things about how it works. And then you just go in and like right click and then change it to stereo pan, and it does it the way you would expect it to. But it's like, why is that the default? You know?
If
I mean, when you have a stereo track here, you have two pan knobs.
Sure. Yeah.
So you have to go here or here.
the two
Okay.
pan knob thing drives me crazy.
Yeah,
okay.
I'd like one pan knob.
Well, in that case, then yeah,
What?
yeah. Then in that case, I would think Logic's way is better. But
Yeah.
I would still expect a stereo pan to be the default, right? Like
Mhm.
you have a stereo track, you reach for the pan knob, and it just like
Yep.
leaves the stereo field how it is and just moves them
Mm-hmm.
relative to
But
each
it
other.
has to be, if you have a single pan knob, it has to be minus 3 dB in the middle.
Okay.
Otherwise, when both of them are in the middle, it's going to be 3 dB high.
Right. Right.
I
right,
know
right.
with
Okay.
I know with Reaper anyway, the pan law, which is what that's called,
Uh-huh.
you can tell it what kind of behavior you want, whether it's -3, -6, -0,
Yeah.
0,
I got
or
you.
whatever.
I got you.
If Reaper had playlists
hmm
the way Pro Tools does, then I don't think there'd be any use for Pro Tools anymore.
Yeah.
Playlists are just the best.
yeah. Yeah. Logic doesn't do that either. It just does. It'll do like a take folder
Mm-hmm.
for individual tracks, but it won't
That's
take
what
them
Reaper does
all
too.
Okay, Nick, I'll
as a
have you
playlist. Yeah.
label this
Yep.
as C's.
Other little things like pre-fader or like metering is post-fader by default.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't look at like how hot something's coming in. You only see post-fader.
Oh boy.
And then to go pre-fader, it's a special button that you have to enable on the toolbar by going like, deep into these advanced preferences menus to just see the.
Oh, and instead
Pre-fader
of just
button?
having a button there on the strip.
Yeah, I mean it's there once you add it, but it's like
Oh,
secret to be able to
okay.
add it. You know.
Yeah, interesting.
Why do you do things this way?
I could see why it would be post fader by default, though. Most of the time.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Most mixers are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But the option should just be there, right
Yeah,
in front of you.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, and that's in line with
Yeah,
Apple's
'cause
like
you break
wanting to
after
keep
each
everything super
song.
clean with.
Totally.
Oh, we do the
Totally.
It's
thing getting ready for the.
yeah.
One thing that Reaper does that's really cool though is every track is a mono track or a stereo track or a MIDI track or whatever. Just you can put MIDI and audio on the same track
Oh,
or whatever,
That's cool.
and you can have 5-channel audio on a track with a mono audio source,
Right.
and it's
Wow.
all gonna work.
That's cool. I would get so confused.
Yeah, I never do that. It's just
Yeah.
nice to not have to, when you go to create tracks, I don't have to be like, oh, I need 7 mono tracks and 1 stereo
One
track. Well, I just
stereo
make
and
a bunch of
two
tracks
MIDI
and then start
tracks.
dumping
Yeah.
stuff onto them.
Right. That
To
makes
go to grief to all the Jared Kushners of the world
yeah.
and all your
So Logic
ill-begotten
is you just
gains.
add an audio track. And
You
it's
who
mono
sit
by default,
comfortably in your
and then if you
limousine,
add a
ignoring
stereo to it,
all the
stereo
blood
file or stereo
stains.
plugin.
Have you seen this movie?
Okay, so now we are going to take delete unused. And I'm going to select all of them. Delete them. So now there's only one playlist.
What's in your clips bin?
What?
Oh,
Then I
Haven't
go to
gotten
the
that
clip
far.
bin. And what were those shortcuts?
I think it was Shift
Command,
Command
Shift,
U,
U.
and then that's not as many clips as you would expect to grab, is it?
No, is it? Select unused. That says what's unused. Let's select these. Huh. Show full.
Yeah, Shift Command U and Shift Command B.
Okay, so Shift Command U and then Shift Command B.
Mm-hmm.
trash?
There's delete or move to trash or remove. So delete will get rid of
So
it
tomorrow, I'm
forever.
not sure what time
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
start, but
I was thinking 11-ish, but
I was gonna say it's gonna be hard for me to get here before 11.
oh, cool.
So maybe
Yeah, no,
10:30, but
11 is great. Yeah.
Okay, but why do we
my
got
wife's got plans
ordinance?
in the morning, so
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
can't leave till probably 10 at the earliest.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try this again.
How old are you?
Just one boy. He's 7.5.
You know what? Thinks that those other files are in
Gotta
use.
stay home and hang out with him in the
No,
morning.
there it is.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
being used.
That's
Oh, neat.
Alright,
Huh,
it's
weird.
great. I love
So
it.
now I'm going to
I've had so much time
delete
with my
those.
kids since
Yeah.
or clear.
Yeah, clear will just get them out of there, but it won't
That's
delete them for real.
Shift Command
Totally.
B,
I've been
and then look
Oh,
at your-
there.
having been
Okay.
so involved in his school.
Right.
You know, like I'm there, kind of holding his hand, or I
Right.
was.
and delete.
You know, like the whole
Mhm.
way I was like
Well, he does
involved
his
in every little
remote.
thing he was doing.
Yeah.
Now he's kind of got it down, and he's pretty
Oh, I should
self-sufficient.
have.
Right.
You know,
Mm.
I'm mostly just telling him like, oh, your next meeting starts, get on. You know.
No.
Other than that, he's kind of handling it all.
Oh, that
himself,
sucks.
which is great. But I love
Yeah,
being so
I should have held
involved
option
in
when
it.
I hit
Yeah.
the first
I
one.
haven't been in the past. You know.
Yeah.
He just goes to school and he comes home and
And
it's like,
that's it. How was it? Good.
like, what'd you do today?
I
Oh,
don't know.
had recess.
Yeah, recess was fun. Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I always
So now we
hear
have
about.
these.
These two got missed though.
So your
Okay.
oldest is, you have a daughter?
Yeah,
That's
she's
what I
14.
used.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's 14. Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's in high school now.
Wow.
Yeah, she's in
I
high
think
school.
she's
She's going to
like
high
seven.
school online.
Okay, so
Yeah.
And then your
this one
youngest
you
is
use.
like 3.
Last time I seen her, she was on
And
YouTube.
we're gonna-
Oh yeah, yeah, you seen that?
She's little.
Yeah, that was.
and then just hold that,
Daddy.
and we'll-
She didn't. She knew what it was
Save
about,
this.
but she didn't know how long. That was 8 years ago, so she was.
Gonna close the
6.
session
Yeah.
and open it, see what happens.
That's crazy.
That should have just
Like
a
8
C.
years is not that long to me, but the difference between a 6-year-old and a
Isn't that
14-year-old.
weird?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the world, you know?
so weird. That's not what it's
That's
supposed to do
right.
at all.
And it's definitely been, it's pretty much every year that I'm fantasizing about making, spending a few days in the studio and making a recording involving, drum and bass and different things.
Mhm.
But it's not anything I actually get around to, except for once every 8 years or so.
Yeah.
Into trash. Open it up again. It says automatically fine and what did I do? I just saved this.
And I think the next time you did it, it didn't ask you
Little
again.
baby is in
Right.
this, she's just, she'll be
What
2
a strange
in
workaround.
January, and her vocabulary is just amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Totally weird.
Say anything and she understands, it seems
Right.
like. And then she does it. Like if you say like, can you go open the refrigerator or something? She knows what you're saying and she'll go do it.
Nice.
And it's just like, I've never known a baby like that.
Yeah. Wow.
Usually you have to repeat things a whole lot
Oh,
more to
totally.
kind of figure out that you're talking to them.
Right.
Like, but with
Yeah.
her, it's not like that at all.
My kid is, he's just got the selective hearing,
Right, that's how my boy is.
Oh,
The
man.
4-year-old, he's like, he's on another planet.
Uh-huh.
Takes him a while before he realizes you're in the room with him.
Yeah.
Let alone you have said something.
Exactly. Oh, go put your pajamas on. Oh, go put your pajamas on.
Oh, that'll be like a half
Oh,
hour.
go
Totally.
What?
I just kind of make up a song about pajamas because it's like as long as I'm constantly talking about pajamas, he'll kind of like stop sidetracking onto something else,
Yeah.
and he'll eventually go do it. But if
Yeah.
I don't repeat the theme constantly,
You just,
unlike with the baby who's like, go get, put your pajamas on, she'll go open the drawer and pull her pajamas.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
That's when you gotta act like a southern bear. Put your pajamas on.
Yeah, I'm not into pajamas personally.
Oh, yeah. I finally just started clapping. I'm like, Owen.
Oh yeah, then
Get his
they don't
attention.
like that though.
Hey, fool! No, I'm like,
It's like important.
Spank had said say their names would be possible of doing sort of a heavy metal thing.
question
That's
is,
kind of, I mean, I have in mind kind of like something, not that we need to do an electric guitar thing, but just a real simple kind of straightforward, like, really, I mean, not over the top heavy metal, but just like really straight. It's very simple power chords basically, and very simple
just straight,
bass, simple
straight power
drums.
chords.
Yeah, and
Okay.
lots of room for crazy stuff potentially to go
okay,
over.
so you want to do the power chords and then we see what happens?
I'm just playing the way it is, which is just basic, simple chords. I'm not going to do bar
Yeah,
chords.
okay. Well, the question is whether we do the basic track with just the three of us.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I think that would be great. Yeah.
All right, well then let's try to hit what that will be.
Yeah, great.
I'll be set up in about 2 minutes.
Okay. And then we can call it a night and try to do a little extra other days that we're already set up and stuff.
I'll grab one of those beers we were talking about.
Yeah,
That's all right with- I don't
somebody
know
pick
who's-
up beers? That did happen.
No,
Yeah.
but Nick said there were some in the fridge.
Oh, good.
I saw them in there.
I drank them both.
Yeah, no, there's something else in there. I don't know if they're fair game or not.
Okay, all right. I don't know if they heard what we did on the solo album. Probably what you sent them was more your mock-up from.
There's 3 more.
Oh, okay.
No, I sent them, I think, the ones, maybe, I can't remember, but we can just, I think.
Well, let me just get it
try
and
it
play
either
it
way.
for them. And that's what
Yeah,
we
see
did
what-
in December. When was that? David?
Yeah, either that or November, maybe? The most recent session.
Let me see where.
Called Say Their Names, was that
Was it
name
from
the album?
Pandemic?
No, we called it Say Their Names.
Was the name of the album?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Names. Where did I have it here? Here it is. Okay, so this is for Arcellus and Spank to hear how we did it as a solo. And I kinda liked it starting without the music, but David says maybe not, so we need your.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs. Eric Garner had just broken up a fight. Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones.
So, the question is, unless he did it with you playing from the top, that possibly could be a basic track. Still sounds good. I don't like the reverb on it, but should I pull that up as a possibility and then just bass and drums to that?
I mean, I would like to think I could play more in time
What?
I'd like to think I could play more in time with folks if we're doing it together live, but I don't know.
Yes or no? It seems like you were pretty tight, so.
But maybe it won't be hard for me to be tight with that. So,
What?
either way,
Well, it's up to you.
yeah,
I-
let's just do
What?
it. Let's just do it together.
Okay, good enough. All right, and then you decide whether you want the band to start with you or not. I like
Yeah.
just having those names and then it just comes
Yeah.
in and,
I think that works too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
thought the,
like
the
how
way
that went.
yeah.
Just
the way it
just how
starts
it
is
is.
great.
Mhm.
Yeah, you don't even realize at first that it's lyrics that they're rhyming. You know, it kind
Right.
of works into it.
let's listen to it again, how many times you go through and where.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs.
And that could be even a little slower. I mean,
Eric Garner had just broken up a
Eric Gardner had just spoken up, but, like, just really let it sink in.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs. Eric Garner had just broken up a fight. Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice
Right?
was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name.
And I think in her head, it's just the last three notes on the bass, and everything kicks in.
Mhm.
But I think that's pretty powerful. Okay, so let's see what we can do to get a similar sound.
Could maybe Nick could get the door. There's quite an echo.
I was enjoying that.
Okay, let's hear the beginning.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs. Eric Garner had just broken up a fight. Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Yeah, that's not the tempo that you had done. Let's play it without spine to begin with. Say their names.
Is that
just-
faster or slower?
No, that was fine. Start with Rice and you and just Arcellus.
Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain
I
was
wouldn't
out.
play there at Arcellus. I'd have Arcellus come in just before he comes in.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Okay.
I do.
I'll just give you one, and you go 2, 3, 4 in. Okay. Do it, David. And without
Tell your rights.
Spank this time.
Was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names.
Spank. Spank. Hold on, I just want to hear David without you. Okay, say their names, just right there. 2.
Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving.
Don't hear the guitar.
Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass. Many and Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names.
Now Spank.
Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Atiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same.
Okay. For say their names was great. I don't think the drums can continue for when you actually say the names.
Probably really minimalist.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the guitar part is barely there. Is the way I normally do the verses, and then the guitar kicks in for the chorus.
So let's try second verse and see what Spank can come up with that's minimal.
Second verse. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking home in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names.
So it needs a little more than that, Spank, but I'm not sure what. So let's do another verse. The same verse is fine. And Spank will find something, maybe a busier hi-hat pattern, I don't know. Or cross stick or something.
Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked.
Okay, Spank, try cross stick like we did on that other song. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood.
Yeah, that's not enough. Shit, I don't know what to do.
You can just keep on messing around with it.
Yep, okay, keep messing around. Try to find something that works. Okay, go again. 2.
Should we start at the beginning, maybe? Just to...
Well, the beginning is,
Too slow.
there's not much drums or anything.
We'll just start with the second verse.
Yeah, second verse.
Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop
by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Atiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year, handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just...
Okay, David,
Yeah.
save your voice a little bit. Just go a little under.
Right.
Right, right,
You're really going for it, and we're not taking the take yet.
Right.
right.
Okay, so the second verse again.
Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their name. Say their name. Say their name. Say their names. Atiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year, handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reese pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping at a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Somewhere it ends, I guess. I don't know. I have a fade out in mind, but it could end like that.
I was just thinking fade out.
Right.
Okay,
I think that was starting to come together. What was that? What do you think?
yeah, the drums aren't doing it for me, but, maybe just record one and then listen. Okay, because I don't have an idea exactly what to do. I'm not sure the smash hi-hat on every beat seems to be a bit much. If you can break that up a little bit, or, find some patterns. The other is you could possibly, for the verse things, I'm wondering whether we could overdub some cymbals, like cymbal washes would be really nice as an overdub. That kind of thing.
Nice. Yeah.
And then just have the side stick behind that. I think would be good. But when you get into these, say their names, it just seems too plotty or something. I want it powerful, but I'm not sure what I'm hearing without having an electric guitar or something else to
Yeah, electric guitar is what I was thinking too.
where it's filling in. Then I would know where the drums would fit a little more. But I'm having a hard time right now. So let me just record one, and then you can listen. Maybe some ideas will come for you guys too.
Jacob Blake was. Oh, are
Okay, now we're going. Rolling.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs. Eric Garner had just broken up a fight.
Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Atiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Say their names.
Okay, you could listen. David, I still liked your performance on that other one.
On the one we recorded before?
Yeah. And I'd like to see what it'd be like to
Sure.
put drums and.
So I'm fine with that if you want to try it.
Okay, let me pull that up. When was that? 9/26. I'm going to copy this over. And how do I duplicate it? Can I just duplicate that file? Yeah. And then I'll pull it into our or I could even import. Let me just see what this does. December basic tracks.
Well, the heat works in here.
Get a little toasty. I'm gonna turn it down.
I'd say it's a bit warm, but
Yeah, you could turn it down to 69.
See how the peanut gallery's doing. Good. One of our viewers is a Dutch insomniac.
Nice.
Sugar. Yeah, this will take me about 10 minutes. So this what I'm going to do is pull in this right into this session. That's audio, but I have to consolidate the other one first. So where are we headed? This. See, David, we did like at the beginning. Come here
Mhm.
to show you. We really did the timing of your voice for each of these four, and then how it
I see.
built. And
That was edited.
yeah.
Yeah,
it was
okay.
done really well.
Okay, well, best to use such good editing for.
What?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, so let's get this here, and give me the C's on each of this. Duplicate. Great. And I'll consolidate everything. And that should have now the C ones. Yeah, and that's what I want to import into this new session we've just been doing. Import audio, and this will be from, yep, I think that's it, right?
DI, guitar, guitar.
I think that's it. Why do we have C at?
I was wondering that too. Same there.
Oh, look at that, well, playing. And
Well, it is the same thing. Must have had it for some dirt or something.
I might have had the, yeah, maybe we took it out of the, yeah, out of the Avalon, we came out of the direct out into SandTap to give it just a little more beef. So this is the new stuff. DI comes out, find it, 11, 12. Stands up, I'll come out at 12 too. Listen to both of them. And then 13, 14. And would they have vocal coming out of?
9?
No.
Oh.
Went out of something to get to 9.
Hmm.
So because that one funky thing out of 15.
Oh, right.
Say their names. Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs.
Okay, but the only thing here is, I said Brianna and it should be Brianna.
Where?
Brianna Taylor, it's coming up right in the next name.
Well, we could match the sound.
Alton Sterling was selling
I said
DVDs.
it correctly in one of these.
Eric
takes
Garner?
we just
What?
did. In one of the takes we just did, I've been pronouncing it correctly, but in that take from last.
Yeah, I'm not sure the sound's going to be the same.
Right.
Alton Sterling, Eric Garner
Where is it?
had just broke Breonna Taylor.
There.
Should be Brianna.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we
Probably,
can.
probably EQ that, right? Like a little.
In the middle of the night, Tamir
A Formant filter.
Rice was out. Tamir Rice.
That's what the format filter does.
Eric Garner,
Voice
Oh, yeah.
enunciation.
Breonna Taylor
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah.
was asleep.
Cause they got one of
You're
those.
doing it so
in
different.
Breonna Taylor.
Uh-huh.
So I have to match your sound.
Sounded like a gay
So if you could
Oh, yeah.
I'll be gay
get in there now and we'll try to match your sound.
Oh, man. And it did that, and the lexicon thing that does that? Just changes the shape of the
Yeah, okay, cause it was down there, it was deep, and it was sounding like this, and it had my S's. I'm like,
Wait a second,
that's
where
just
did-
hilarious.
I was like,
I mean, the DI is from 19.
That's what format filter does. They had me one. I had a southern boy sound like an old dead man from my life from the backwoods. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, man. It was wild that you can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have to change these. We just have to get his vocals sound the same. Take me a minute, David, here. Okay, David vocal we'll bring down here. Talk, David.
Hello, Breonna Taylor.
Okay, great. So, what I want you to do is let me get a new track. Hang on.
Just broken up a fight. Breonna Taylor. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one track at a time, and you're gonna repeat it right after. In other words, you'll hear this,
Jacob Blake.
and then you say Jacob Blake.
Okay. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake.
A little later after I stop.
Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake.
Okay, a little louder.
Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake.
Okay, let's get this next one.
Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling.
Wait a second.
Alton Sterling.
Just repeat it after.
Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling.
You're lowering your voice. Here's the difference. Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling. So get it up to where it was.
Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling.
Too high.
Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling.
That's better.
Alton Sterling. 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 Alton Sterling.
Back up from the mic and talk a little louder.
Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling.
Okay, and then let's go to the next one.
Eric Garner. Eric Garner.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Breonna Taylor, Breonna Taylor, Breonna Taylor, Breonna,
Now
Breonna
listen to how
Taylor,
Breonna Taylor, how the Taylor goes up.
Breonna Taylor, what,
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor, what,
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor.
That's pretty good. Just a second, let me figure out how to do this. Yeah, okay, we'll do that again. Hang on. Okay, it's coming up.
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor,
Slightly slower. Here we go again.
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor,
That was great, except I hit the wrong button. Once again,
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor,
Tammy,
not quite. Let me get it again. It's sort of tricky what I have to do here. Hang on.
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor,
Almost. Brianna. Brianna. Okay, here we go again.
Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor,
Okay, let me try putting that in. Hang on.
Breonna Taylor, Breonna Taylor,
Breonna Taylor was a
Great. So now here's what it sounds like.
Jacob Blake
Jacob Blake
was walking to his SUV.
to his
Wait a second. This has to go to. Oh yeah, let me put this back over here. And these probably will have to be muted. This. Okay, let's listen, David.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs. Eric Garner had just broken up a fight. Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain.
Yeah, that worked out great, David.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yep, okay, good. So we got that fixed. And let's see what it's like to have the band play with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's get the band in.
Yes, that's us, huh?
Now let's see how I will do this. I'm going to save this as their names, hybrid. And then we're going to take all the drums out that we did.
tuned down a half step.
What?
I just realized I'm still tuned down a half step.
Oh, huh.
It's working, so I'm just gonna leave it.
Okay. All right. So, Spank, are you there? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Give me 1 sec. Okay.
Okay, here's just before you guys come in.
Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Ansel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Tatiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reese pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. Say their names.
Okay, obviously that's not going to work. But we might be able to keep David's intro, your vocal intro.
Just not any of the guitar parts. Yes.
Yeah, because you just have to be more steady with it. Okay, so let's figure what we're going to do here. I'll save this as Sailor Names 2. Let's see the beginning and how much we'll keep.
Fight. Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking.
And let's see where we will.
Bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name. Shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names.
Okay, I'll keep that there.
Of the night. Of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out.
Okay, we'll just do the TI. Should be 12 and 12. This one we won't do. Okay, David, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think how we can make this transition. Hang on.
Was out walking after dark. was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping.
All right. Hang on, I gotta close this and get another session. I deleted what I shouldn't have. Hang on.
Was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name.
And we'll just good, and we will. Okay, just a second here. This Sans amp goes out of here. This goes 1212. So David is, where is his vocal? Okay, so David, what I need you to do, because we're going to have to make a transition to punch from here.
Say their names. By a cop in the back of her head. Say their names.
Yeah, okay, so play along your guitar. I'm going to just be going one mic at a time to match them. So I can make it, keep the introduction. Okay, so just play along, David.
Where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walk.
But on what you did was say their names. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's play your guitar now, and we'll work on that. Play and sing now.
Starting where? Where she was.
Where I was starting. Okay.
Where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Let's do that a few times for me. It's a little tricky what I have to do. Okay, here we go.
By a cop in the back of her head. Say.
Okay, we'll do it again, and this time I'll be working on the mics. Okay, here we go.
Where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend, and the eagle was naked on the grass when he met his end. Harold Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just stand. The Hendricks was shot to death at traffic stop. Other unaccountable cops say their names. Now we're way off with each other. Yeah.
What?
Now me and that guy are way off with each other.
It doesn't matter. Just keep going. Just wherever you get back to it. Whenever I go back to the tape, because I'm going back and forth. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to match the levels and sounds.
Mm-hmm.
And it's taken a little bit.
Where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Good. Okay, I think we're there.
All right.
Okay, so here's where I'm going to come in. Let's see.
Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names.
So we're going to come in right on say their names. Don't worry about your first three notes. I'll overdub those later.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to punch where it says say their names. Okay, here we go.
Was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Ethel Ward was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Andrew James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable.
Okay, what happened at
Say their name.
Okay, hold on. What happened at Michael Brown? There was a chord problem.
His girlfriend, Anthony Hill, was naked on the grass when he met his end. Ethel Ward was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown up.
There's a chord wrong for somebody. Second, let me listen. Without the bass.
His neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown up. His neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown up.
I think it's just a weird.
This means it's loud.
Is a chord.
Yeah, it's just.
Dom is a tonic. Of that chord.
I was following his movement there. He's got the third in the bass.
It sounded weird.
I was maybe slightly out of tune, but otherwise I don't really hear anything.
He's using the same chord in the choruses, and there I'm going to the root.
To me, it kind of just sounds like that gets really loud, just jumps out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I can stay out of that low octave. That might be part of the problem.
Okay. Okay, let's go again.
Very good.
Was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Ethel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Andrew James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable Killer cop, say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Tatiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason.
Cool hi-hat. Pretty cool. It's getting there.
Good.
You want to hear any of that, David?
Say, let's just give it another run through. It gets tighter as we go.
Okay, great. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Enzo Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Tatiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Say their names.
Starting to get a vibe. Let me listen to just you, David, for a second here. Because that's where I'm going from the old tape to the new.
In her bed where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Let me put a little EQ in just a second here.
In her bed. Their names. indestructible killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Atiana Jefferson.
Yeah, David, I think you have too wide of a dynamic range when you're yelling, say their names, you're really walloping on the guitar. And then when you're going into verses, I hardly hear the guitar.
Right.
And it's making it so, like, watch here where you go say their names, then the drums almost disappear.
Say their names. Say their names.
It's that get there. After the first say their names, see how quiet the guitar is and you hear the drums.
Say their names.
Right here.
Say their names.
So right there, all I'm hearing is guitar, no drums.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I could.
So you need to go after the second say their names.
Their names.
Really quiet here.
Say their names. Say their names.
Right here. So try doing that. You could even almost lay out and just let it be the bass and the drums.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's just try that and then go for another take.
Good.
Was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton.
Actually, play the guitar a little bit right now, just the behind the say their names, but not with a vocal. So I can EQ it a little bit.
Oh, so don't sing?
Right, do the say their names and then just keep going with the guitar for a little bit. So I can EQ it
Okay.
right now without anybody.
Say their names.
Drums to that. Just play that and play the drums with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me hear David alone. Play David alone.
What's that?
Play alone. Okay, now you're in between. You go dum, tickety da, tick, tick. Here you go dum, dum. Keep the right hand just going. Okay, let's try that against the drums. 1, 2, 3. Okay, do it the other way that you're doing it. think that's the best, David.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're gonna come in on Say Their Names again, but you can play along. Here we go.
Out walking after dark, Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Becky Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Ansel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Tatiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Say their names.
So some of the hi-hat work and some of the kick is not grooving quite with David. But let's listen to that so you can at least hear where it's...
Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
I'm not sure I like say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Not say their names is a little too square.
Say their names.
That was good.
Say their names.
Too square.
Say their names.
Too fast.
Say their names.
And too square.
Walter Scott was driving to a store. Becky Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Ansel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Okay, so let's get back to what we had worked. Say their names. 3, 4, 1, 2. Say their names. 3, 4, 1. Say their names. That jazzy. Say their names. Say their names. Or occasionally say their names. You know, you can go faster, but I don't like to say their names. You agree?
You're talking about the way I'm singing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just say their names. Say their names.
Yeah, that's how I like it.
Yeah, I try to do that and then I end up doing it the square way.
Right.
But yeah.
Listen a little more.
Say their names. Tatiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Yeah, I don't want you to hear that too much because you got to say their names. Say their names. 1, 2, 3. Say their names. Okay, that's not to take now. The question is, you want to take about a 15-minute break. It's almost 7 o'clock. We could take about 15 minutes, just to clear your head because it's later in the day, and try another take. What do you think?
I mean, I don't want to make people work too late. Should we just give it another shot and call it a night?
Well, we could do that too.
Yeah, I think we're close. I think we just keep.
All right.
I feel good if you guys feel good.
I'm fine. I mean, my voice.
My voice is going, but it won't be any better in 15 minutes, I don't think.
Okay. All right. Well, think about these names a little more. You don't have to shout it quite. It has plenty of power, as it is. Say their names. Okay, here we go.
Of the night, Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Betty Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Tatiana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
You're square again, David.
Say
Okay, hold on. David?
Yep.
You're square again.
Right.
2, 3. Say their names. I don't mind you changing it up, but you can't have everyone say their names.
their names. Say their names.
No, 3, 4, 1, 2. Down, down, down. 3, 4, 1, 2. Down, down, down. 3, 4, 1, 2. Down, down, down.
Say their names. Say their names.
There you go. Okay. So we're going to go back here, and I want you to all play along with this. And then I'll just punch you. This right in the last verse before the repeats.
Was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Mike Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
What happened to you, Spank? Play along. Let's go. That was good, David.
Was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Say their names.
That one came in too early.
I lost it again.
You were almost there.
Show it to me again.
We'll get it. What?
Say it again. Where does it
Say
turn?
their names. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Ba-da-dum, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
Say their names. Say their names.
Yep.
Say their names.
Yep. And I kind of preferred it when you didn't go too many around.
What?
I preferred it when you, well, it doesn't matter because we can always clip off a couple. But I love the last one. To say their names, you know.
Holding it out.
What?
Holding it out.
Say their names, you know, and giving it sort of a fire.
Right.
Okay, let's just try it again here. Everybody along.
Was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Say their names.
Now you just held out the last note. I want to say their names, you know.
That's not.
What?
That's not what you were thinking.
No, you want to say their names really loud. Say their names. And it can be longer, but it just
extended but not shouted.
sort of faded out.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me see what happened that transition. There's something not going on right.
Thought he was still at war. Say their names. Say.
Symbol, I think.
Thought he was still at war. Say their names.
Yeah, I think it's a crash cymbal or something. Let me listen to the drums.
Like crack.
Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names.
Yeah, I'm going to go in a little earlier because it's just a little too complex with the kick and everything to punch in there. Okay. So let's just go along. Everybody play along.
Was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names.
Oops. And again.
Was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names.
Nope. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Ba-da-gum. 3, 4, 1, 2. Ba-ba-bum.
Was when.
Let's try it again.
The punch was good though.
Was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 say their names.
Very nice ending, David.
Thank
you. Okay, we may have to punch in a little bit of the drums because there's no fill now. I told you it was too busy before. Now it's too simple.
George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their name.
Well, let me see if I just put what was there before.
Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names.
Will that work?
Might work.
Pretty busy.
Thought he was still at war. Say their names. Thought he was still. Thought he was still at war. Say their names. Thought he was still at war. Say their names. Thought he was still at war. Say their names.
Let's try Spank Alone. I'll try to overdub that one measure and try to make it not as busy as that, but not as spare as the other. Okay, let's give it a try. And we're not hurting anything.
That was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names.
It's not bad, let's listen.
Was just. Door. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names.
I can live with that.
That's pretty well.
Yep, hang on. Don't do that to me. Okay, I want to get your 3 notes at the beginning for the bass.
Okay. Yeah, where are you hearing that exactly?
Just,
I mean, how do you want it?
I think just 3 notes. Let me find where they are.
In her bed, up in the back of her head, say their names. Up in the back of her head, say their name.
Just
Boom,
2,
boom,
3, 4.
boom,
Yeah.
boom.
Nick Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name.
Back of their head. And just back 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do.
Nick Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name.
No,
that right?
2, 3, 4 I need. I already have the 1.
That's what I did. 2, 3, 4, 1.
Why didn't I hear it? Let me redo it just a second.
That's what I think I did.
I think you did, and I didn't hear it.
Back of her head. Say their name. Back of her head.
It's funny because he's hitting the guitar so hard.
Yeah.
Back of her head. Say their names.
I mean, I got
Of her head. Say their name.
One more time.
Back of her head. Say their name.
So, is it back that the first note should come out on?
No,
Back of her head.
over.
Back of her head. Say their name.
Try boom, boom, boom. Just
just 4.
less.
Yeah.
See what happens there.
That's what I felt like.
Shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name.
That's better, even more. Go.
You want a 1 on there too, though?
What?
You want a 1 as well? 2, 3, 4.
Sure.
Shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their name.
Yeah, I actually still like it on 2, but that's easy to take off 1.
ambulance,
in the back of her head. Say their names. Say.
I'm early on the second attack, but I'm sure the other takes are
Okay,
fine.
let's do it again then.
Okay.
Shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names.
Thank you, sir.
I'm loving this sound.
Not bad.
Yeah.
It sounds awesome to me anyway.
That little sand damp is.
Yeah, man. I think I might have to get one.
There are so many like newer
Of her head.
bass preamps like that, but
Yeah.
the Sansamp keeps
It's
like
just awesome.
continues to sound good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's close to it. You'd swear that's a cabinet.
Totally. Yeah, yeah.
I have a plug-in version that I use and I like it a lot.
Sounds
They
good.
don't make that exact one anymore.
Yeah.
But you can find them.
Yeah, for sure.
I use the plug-in version to replace bass players' shitty cab tones all the
Yeah.
time.
Nice. You like it? You like
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Cool.
it sounds almost as good, I think.
So just take a picture of that for the actual
The actual
unit and
model.
you
Yeah.
know,
good
reverb
idea.
and other places have them.
Yeah, for sure.
This
Yep.
is like the OG one, I think.
Yeah, it's the original. The new one has a whole bunch of extra switches on it. I don't know what to do.
My buddy's got a dark glass one
Oh yeah.
that sounds really good. I mean, especially if you're like into having some gain,
For sure, yeah.
like rock and stuff.
I had one of their
It ain't your traditional
distortion pedals for a while. I really liked it. It just I don't really have a use for it. I don't
Jimmy and
use
Marvin.
something like that live, and for recording, it always ended up being something else. So I sold it.
Just sums it up.
You find
No
yourself,
words
like,
needed. It's all-
Yeah.
Kind of,
it's,
you just rely on pretty much your Avalon for like most of your sound,
words are
right?
terrible.
I mean, you use your amp at home, like you said, but
Yeah. Well, it's like the
condemning thing
Yeah,
for himself.
the Avalon, and then the like the silk control on the Neve preamp.
yeah.
That adds a lot. And then yeah, like I crank up the gain on the Avalon so that it hits the front end of the amp
Let's do one
really
last
hard,
listen to make
and it
sure we don't
just
have to.
breaks up really nice. It sounds
One
perfect to
last
blend
listen.
in.
Jacob Blake was walking to his SUV. Alton Sterling was selling DVDs.
I love how you.
Eric Garner had just broken up a fight. Breonna Taylor was asleep in the middle of the night. Tamir Rice was playing in the park. Elijah McClain was out walking after dark. Dominique Clayton was sleeping in her bed, where she was shot by a cop in the back of her head. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Walter Scott was driving to a store. Becky Jones was answering her door. Philando Castile was driving home with his girlfriend. Anthony Hill was naked on the grass when he met his end. Edsel Ford was walking in his neighborhood. Michael Brown was blown away just standing where he stood. Kendra James was shot to death at a traffic stop by yet another unaccountable killer cop. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Say their names. Aviana Jefferson was playing a video game with her little nephew. Gunned down just the same. Oscar Grant was celebrating the new year. Handcuffed when the shots rang out that everyone could hear. Eric Reason pulled into a parking spot. Not long after that was when he was shot. George Floyd was just shopping in a store. Micah Xavier Johnson thought he was still at war. Say their names. 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 Say their names.
feel a little bit of
Well, I mean,
swampiness.
that's
What?
it's still, you know, it's still me playing the guitar. You know? So how much? How?
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Did
Yeah.
See you in the morning. What
Fantastic.
time?
So we plan on 11.
11's very, very
Okay.
We're civilized.
Civilized?
Respectable. Yeah.
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 Good. Good.
civil.
I get up much earlier, but I don't expect other people to.
I'll be up early, but
Yeah. Right.
Well, even if you get up at 8.
Yeah. Well,
you
ever
know,
since
that-
having kids, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good
And
choice.
ever since having kids, I get up early, and the whole idea of sleeping through the night is just
Yeah.
basically,
Mm.
you know,
Hang it up.
yeah.
oh man, my my kid's such a champ.
No.
Sorry to
And you
brag,
stop
but
caring.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
He gets up at like, if I don't
You
wake him
don't
up,
care,
he'll get up
doesn't
at like
matter.
8:30.
Mhm.
Awesome. Which for a 7-year-old, that's like
Yeah.
that's like me.
He's going to be one
Yeah.
of those people that
8:30.
like their creative juice starts flowing at like 10 p.m.
I mean, he just wants to stay up till like 11 and read and draw and do his shit, and then he wakes up at like 8.
Is there something
Oh, that's
coming on
nice.
later
I'm cool with
tonight?
that.
Come
That's
on now,
fine
you
with
know
me.
we
It's just
fun to
it
stay down and
makes
watch
it hard
Benny
for
Hill.
school. You
Come
know?
on, man.
Yes.
Sometimes I literally have to like peel the covers off of him and drag him out of bed by his feet. Like not even exaggerating.
Yeah.
He just won't
Yeah.
get up.
That's every Saturday at my house, except it's my girlfriend
Yeah.
dragging me out of
Yeah.
bed.
Totally not
She,
the
she
point.
wakes up at like 7 o'clock no
Yeah.
matter
Oh,
what,
man.
Mhm.
and I'm like, give me till 10:30.
Yeah. I'm like a 7:30 kind of guy, but I like to take it easy in the morning. Have coffee and read and.
So if you can bring your acoustic.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Don't ever call it stand-up bass.
What's that?
I
Stand-
hate
yeah.
Stand-up bass.
Upright,
Uprighters.
acoustic.
Acoustic.
Is stand-up bass an uncultured?
Very.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've just never wanted to call it that.
It's like people calling it, this is my soundboard.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
that
Hi,
wrote me,
everybody.
Like
I guess
a
it-
console.
I
Hope
guess
you
that's what it is, but
enjoyed
it's not what
A
you
desk
want
or
the stream.
Yeah.
a desk or
console.
console, but when people say, oh, your
Be
soundboard.
back tomorrow.
It rubs me, and it's stupid not to, for it to rub me.
Yeah, same. Exactly.